10 years. It's been 10 years since we started this YouTube channel. And in that time, we've made 423 Let's Play videos, 126 live streams, and 12 podcasts. We've played 55 games together, and we've made countless memories as a group. And more than anything, we've enjoyed sharing it all with you. Unfortunately, we haven't been active over the past 3 years. As it turns out, growing up put a kibosh on our group's whole content creation thing. We got busy with our jobs, our families, and our responsibilities. And honestly, that's been a good thing. But Volatile Upgrade has become a casualty of that process. Yet, despite not having made any content over the last 3 years, we never bid this channel a proper farewell. But after 10 years and nearly 600 videos, how do you say goodbye? Well, I think that instead of a funeral, the best way to close the book on Volatile Upgrade is to send it off with a celebration of life. A fun trip down memory lane with each member of our group to recount the good times we all had together. So with that, I'm Jeff, our resident Nintendo guy, and I'm gonna go visit the guys and see how they're all doing. Let's get going. Alright, first stop, Adam's house. Let's get going. You know, the last thing I did on the channel with Adam was those podcasts we were doing, but the main thing that we did together was co-host the majority of our live streams, and that was a blast. I'm looking forward to hearing what Adam has to say about those. What's going on, Adam?
Oh, not too much. Just getting my after Christmas baking done, really, right now. And then getting ready for the play.
Nice. Yeah, I popped over to your place this morning. It's not like I haven't been here for an hour and a half already.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's what it is. How have you been?
Good. How you doing, Jeff?
I'm good. I've missed doing videos with you guys, but, you know, it's good to be doing another one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what have you been up to these days?
Oh, mostly working my butt off. I've been very busy, so.
Doing any gaming?
Yeah. Still playing certain games. Been a lot of, like, DRG and Helldivers this year.
Helldivers, alright.
Yeah, Helldivers 2, technically, yes.
DRG is what? I don't remember.
Oh, Deep Rock Galactic.
Okay, that definitely sounds like an Adam game.
No, it's more of a, it's like a cooperative first-person shooter. Like you're mining this planet, so you have to go in and mine stuff while the, native fauna is less than happy at your presence, and you're a team of dwarves, I should say.
Okay, that is not what I envisioned when I heard the name.
Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic Space Dwarves.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking it was going to be like a strategic.
Yeah,
one of your strategic games like Civ 6 or have you played Civ 6 yet?
Civ 6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played Civ 6.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like one of those, or your Warhammer, or that sort of thing. No, it's Space Dwarves.
Space Dwarves, yeah. No, I've been playing Factorio 2 a little bit. I'm way behind there. I haven't been playing one of my strategy games for a while. I just haven't had the time. You have to sit down and put a couple hours into it each time you play, at the very least, and I just haven't had time to do so.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, time is fleeting these days now that we're all grown adults.
Yeah.
Not nearly as abundant as when we were older teenagers.
No, or even when we were in college.
It's the top of the hour. Yeah, even when we were in college, we at least had time to do our live streams and a few recording sessions.
Yeah, partly because in college, with a fully loaded schedule, you're technically signed up for more hours than like working a full week, but it's a little bit more at your discretion when you're going to be working and not working.
Yeah.
And a lot of the other stuff in life is taken care of. You don't have to deal with so much extra stuff.
Yeah.
And then it's not is consistent in the sense that you're not going in every day and working a set shift. You know, sometimes there were weeks where we skipped a live stream because we were stupid busy and running around like nutcases and had a bunch of paperwork. But then other weeks, you know, the first couple of weeks of classes were pretty slow. You know, like we had some homework, but it hadn't ramped up yet, and major papers weren't even like assigned yet, or you know.
Yeah. And now, much in contrast to our college days, here we are at our ripe old ages of 30. Nearly 31 for you.
Yeah, don't remind me. I'm trying to forget about that. We'll just call it 30 again for a little while.
Yep. It's your 30th birthday. It's round 2.
Yeah. 30th birthday, take 2.
But yeah, now that we're in our 30s, we're both working full-time jobs. Tell me a little bit about your current job.
Oh, I work in the, I'm a, I don't know what the title would be. My boss calls me head of pizza, but I'm one of the, I guess you call him a line cook at.
Name of college.
So I work at a college in the dining services as one of the cooks.
Very nice.
Mostly dealing with pizza nowadays, but I've cooked every station in the major dining hall. So
I still haven't had one of your pizzas. That's one of the things
yeah.
That's one of the things I really look forward to trying at some point.
Yeah, at some point. Problem is getting you down here when I'm working.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Yeah, and speaking of working, you work regularly 50 hours plus, right?
I'm usually scheduled for 50 hours a week, like just to start with before someone calls off or I get called in or I have to stay late or something happens.
Yeah. So if you were wondering, that's why we haven't been doing any podcasts.
Yeah, and to make it worse from a perspective of our time, like overlapping time, I work again, generally either Friday through Tuesday or Thursday through Monday. I have 2 days midweek are my days off, which is handy when I have doctor's appointments or excuse me, when I have doctor's appointments or things to take care of during the week. It's easy to get an appointment where I'm off. I don't have to take off work for it, but I work every weekend, and I have for at least 3 years now.
Oh, geez, it's been that long.
Yeah, it has. I worked every weekend. It was the first full year I worked there, not because I started in the first full school year I worked there was actually really nice because we still do, we do Friday night cookies, and we used to do just cookies at the pizza station. We'd turn the oven way down, and we'd we'd par bake a bunch of cookies, and we'd finish them in the oven and serve them hot on the pizza stones.
Yeah.
On the
good.
hot plate it's very popular. We do, on a slow night, we do 700-800 cookies. On busy nights, we crack 1,000 pretty easily.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cookies.
Yeah. The worst time there was a time like 3-4 years ago where we buy frozen pucks for all the other cookies we make in house, but for that we buy frozen little teeny frozen pucks of cookies, and we couldn't get them, so I had to make them in house, and I was making, I forget what it was, 40-50 pounds of cookie dough at a time in the big mixer. Yeah. Which is a lot. And then whoever my helper was, and if it was slow, me too, whoever my helper was, if it was, or me and whoever else had free time, would get to spend all Thursday night with a set of ice cream scoops and sheet trays and scoop 700 plus cookies.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, but anyway, at the time, my first full year there, we had warm cookie night, and once the cookies were baked in the afternoon, it was really simple to just put them on trays, heat them up, and serve them off of the pizza station. And my presence wasn't required anymore, so I only worked At the time, I was working like 46 or something hours a week, roughly that.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, that was my starting, because I would work. At the time, I was working Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that, or Sunday, Monday, Sunday, Monday, and then like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, something like that. The midweek days shuffled around a little bit, but essentially I'd have a week off, a day off in midweek, and then I had Friday night into Saturday off. Because I worked 40 hours plus the 6 hours on Friday, then I'd get out in the afternoon, and I'd have Saturday off, so I could come up Friday night, and I did a couple of times, to do live streams with you, because I was off Friday night, and I could drive up, and then I didn't have to get up early Saturday morning. That lasted for 1 year, and then
Yep.
Since then I have worked every weekend. Worked either Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's
it's a lot.
So that's why we haven't been live streaming with you. We were going to do a live stream over Thanksgiving break, but we got sucked into a game, and
Adam and the rest of the guys, you all come up to my place for Black Friday.
Yep, we still do that every year, so we do see each other at least once a year.
That's right.
It just sounds pathetic, but you know.
And we were thinking about doing a live stream. You were going to tag along with me on my Yoshi Fanatic live streams, playing Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. But we decided to play Overcooked instead, which I think that was the right choice.
Overcooked 2. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Oh,
of course I did break your chair.
Yeah, that's all right. That was humorous, and that chair was as old as
I've never
this
seen
YouTube channel, if not a little older.
Yeah, I've never seen a chair break like that either. That was
a special something.
That was
And that chair was on its way out anyway.
Well, we ushered it along.
We sure did. We sure did. Well, let's get back to Volatile Upgrade, though.
Oh yeah. What are you doing right now?
I'm hanging out with my family up at my house. We're in terms of YouTube, I'm still streaming, still making videos. I'm on the Yoshi Fanatic now, which that's still puttering along. We're having a lot of fun there, but I'm working as an electrical engineer. Have been for the last 6 years. Actually, the same job I've been doing since our Volatile Upgrade days.
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy to think about.
Isn't it just?
But yeah, it's not too crazy there. It was crazy for a while. I was getting like 50 hours-ish, more weeks than not. And I did request to have a little bit of reduced workload so I could spend some time with my wife and my 2 kids. So that was good. Definitely glad they were accommodating there. But yeah, not too much more else to say, I guess. As far as the home front goes, it's pretty status quo.
Yep.
All right, Volatile Upgrade. Adam, you joined you were one of the founding members.
I remember trying to come up with a name.
Yeah, no, that was tough.
That was such a process.
And we eventually, one of our names that we thought about, one that you proposed actually, was the Brotherhood of Volatile Gamers. You remember that?
Yes, I do. I was thinking of another one, but yeah.
I think our Steam group is still called that.
I believe it is, yeah. We have some... Yeah, we went through some weird naming phases.
Yeah, but we landed on Volatile because of Henry, mostly. Just how volatile he gets.
Yeah, and Daniel.
And then Upgrade just because we envisioned it as being like, oh, this is a pretty cool format, and we're going to do good with it. And, it was probably subpar at best, but we had fun.
Yes, we did enjoy it, so...
We sure did. And you, again, were one of the founding members. You were in that original cover photo, sitting in a chair over there with a cape on, kind of looking annoyed at our buffoonery over here.
Yeah, that was so much fun.
Yeah. But your first video appearance was actually not Sly Cooper like I thought it was going to be. It was actually Halo 4.
Yes.
You joined the recording session with Henry and Tyler on that one and finished it up. Do you have any memories from that one?
Halo 4. I do remember it. I remember them playing it. Nothing specific. The big one I remember from the early days is the Vex recordings.
Oh boy.
Which I don't know if I was a part of, in the sense I don't think my voice or image was included, but I was there for them.
No, actually you weren't.
I was there for part of them.
You were here when we did our first recording session where Tyler was originally going to be the co-host instead of me. But Daniel and I actually recorded in your bedroom.
Yes.
While you were away on your co-op for that playthrough.
For Vex?
Mm-hmm.
I must have helped do the editing then, because I remember that boss fight quite distinctly.
I think I showed you the boss fight multiple times. We just... Yeah. That final boss with me and Dan, that was a 3-hour video. I cut it down to 20 minutes and then put out a supercut of it.
Yes, I remember that because we had to go through. Yeah, because I was with you when you went through that whole thing.
Yeah,
you think you made me watch the whole 3 hours to help create the supercut?
Probably did. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember because I remember seeing it multiple times, and I knew it was filmed in my bedroom, but I didn't. I seem to remember at least one of the maybe only one of the Vex episodes. I was sitting in the back of the room.
Maybe. But your first full-on playthrough that you were a part of the entire video.
Yeah, that I was formally part of. Yes.
Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus.
Ah, yes. We still haven't done Sly 3.
We haven't. No.
It's quite sad.
You and I streamed Sly 2 several years later, but several years, a couple years, sometime later.
Several years later, I think is more accurate. Yes, it had been quite a while.
And yeah, that was the first one you were fully a part of. Can you tell me a little bit about that one?
Yeah, I got to think back on that one. I know Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. I've seen it played through quite a few times. It's actually a really cool game.
Oh, I meant more the series that we recorded, not so much the game.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I remember the game quite distinctly. I'm trying to remember details about the series.
Well, maybe if I give you a little bit of a setting, maybe that'll help. That was the first series that was... No, that was one of the first series that was fully recorded in your bedroom. Yeah. We started with Tyler and Daniel as the main co-hosts, and I was sitting there for the first few episodes in the background, not saying anything.
Yes. Well, I was standing behind them, and they fought over being nonsensically unable to drive that stupid water boat. But
and then partway through the series, we brought on Mike as a co-host.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. I remembered you sitting in the back with Dan and Ty trading the controller around. I forgot Mike was there.
Yeah, he came in I think episode 7 or 8.
Okay. No, yeah, it's ringing bells now that you say it. It's been a long time. It's been so long. It's been, I watched that whole series at least once on YouTube. So, but
yeah,
no, I remember
that was a full on 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember. I remember Daniel and Ty playing it. I remember that being one of the games where the format of trading the controller around really was hurting us because excuse me. Luckily, the game was easy enough. Of course, when I think of trading the controller around causing issues, BioShock just leaps to mind. Henry getting through one section with full everything, like full ammo, full health, everything was full up, completely stocked out, handed over to Tyler. Gets then to the next section, he's got nothing. And it's like back to hard mode for Henry.
Oh, that definitely was hard mode for Henry. I'm going to talk to him about that a little later.
Yeah, no, because you're interviewing everyone. But yeah, I remember that one. But we saw, similar to a much lesser degree, issues with that sort of stuff in Sly Cooper, because there's a lot of mini games, sort of sub-level bits that are uniquely controlled. Mm-hmm. And because we were constantly trading off, it took a lot longer to learn some of those, learn some of the mechanics and skills that they needed to beat those sub-levels, which made what was fairly easy difficult.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, there's a few other series that you were a part of in the episodic playthroughs, but the most recent one is Cuphead.
Oh, yeah, that one I remember quite well.
Where you watched me and Henry flounder around trying to fight the bosses and failing on repeated occasions.
That one I remember quite distinctly. We were at the apartment for that one.
Yeah, that was 2017. So more... Yeah, right?
Really? That recently?
Yep.
I would have put that back in 2015 or 16.
That was close to the time I was streaming Mario Odyssey on our channel. Which,
no, you're right. It was. Yeah.
any favorite moments from that one, if you remember? Because 2017, while recent in terms of Volatile Upgrade scope, that was still 7 years ago.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we changed a little bit in that it wasn't trade controller on death. It was each boss was a different person, right?
It was a multiplayer game.
Oh, yes, you could play it with 2 people. Yes.
Yep, Henry and I were co-op for that one.
Well, I knew it was you worked on it together more.
Yeah. Yeah, by that point, we had figured out that trading off on every death or every level was not the optimal experience.
Yeah, it made it. It was, because Cuphead's 2-player. Of course it is. Oh, boy, my mind. And,
Remember that clown boss?
I remember the clown boss with the roller coaster nightmare.
Oh, that was awful.
And, I also remember, like, what I called the Ursula boss, the flying, like you're in a plane fighting the giant squid lady. Like,
yeah.
Like the mermaid or whatever.
The mermaid mixed with, what's the Greek goddess with the snakes for hair?
That's not a goddess, but Medusa.
Okay, yeah, Medusa, that's it.
Mythical monster, yeah.
Okay, mythical monster, that sounds more accurate.
Well, Medusa was a Gorgon. Medusa was specifically a Gorgon, which is, the Gorgon would be the monster with the snakes for hair.
Gotcha, yeah. It was a mermaid mixed with Medusa. Oh, that was crazy. Whew, that was crazy. Now I'm having flashbacks.
Yeah, that one was rough. And then I remember the final boss fight. And I can't remember which one of you it was, but it was, like, there was only ever one of you alive, pretty much. Like,
the final boss fight, unfortunately, was an episode that never got aired.
Oh yeah, we didn't put that one out, did we?
Well, we couldn't. Halfway through, Henry tripped over the microphone cord and corrupted the entire voiceover, so that one never got finished.
Oh yes,
we got through King Dice's casino, or King Dice's challenges in the casino, but
yeah,
never fought the devil himself.
No. Well, you did, and
just not recorded.
Yeah, it just never aired. But yeah, you did. I remember you fighting. I remember it being. Yeah, okay, that's all coming back because you were so upset about it because it took so long to beat the first time,
and we just decided we'll come back later and do it, and later never came.
Later never happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scheduling be like that.
Well, let's see. What else were you a part of? You were a commentator on Yoshi's Woolly World.
That was a fun one.
You came in at the tail end of Star Wars Shadows of the Empire with me and Chase, and you were in the first few episodes of Spyro the Dragon. So that's your repertoire as far as the episodic playthroughs go.
Yeah.
But where you spent the most time on this channel was in our live streams, where we co-hosted every, what was it, Monday and Wednesday? Starting around the time Mario Odyssey came out, that's kind of when we started regularly live streaming.
Was it with Mario Odyssey or was it before that?
We did a Road to Odyssey.
We did the Road to Odyssey.
I started with Sunshine.
With all the lead-ups in the 3D Mario games, which was, in retrospect, was an excellent way to do it because it was it really gave the background, the history, you could see the thought process of the designers a little bit.
Yeah. And it kind of drummed up hype for the game, too. Obviously, we didn't have a great turnout, but, short little tangent here. Road to Odyssey and Mario Odyssey was supposed to be the swan song for Volatile Upgrade.
It was, yes.
Because, I was getting kind of depressed that our videos weren't getting, any views.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I'm putting in all this work and time, and I'm like...
Yeah, and you were definitely the driving force.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I think we're done here. So let's go out with a bang here. I'm super excited for Mario Odyssey. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And then we ended up getting at least a few people watching.
Yeah.
And some that ended up being, with us through the end of Volatile Upgrade here.
Yep, that stuck with us.
Yeah, and that was all that I needed to keep going.
Yeah, just a few people that were interested, yeah. No, we, the episodic stuff, I was involved with a lot of them tangentially picking them out, or I saw a lot of them in editing.
Yeah.
Which you did basically all of.
Yeah.
I did at one point edit, I think, one video?
I think you were working on a best of compilation, but that never came out.
Yeah, I was working and then we decided not to do it. And it was, but I clipped a whole bunch of stuff. I think I started editing one video and then you took over and finished it because
Maybe that's what it was.
there was something software wise. My computer was like,
Yeah, that was back when we were using Sony Vegas.
Yeah.
And something tells me that if your situation was anything similar to mine with Sony Vegas and, obtaining it, the software key only works to a certain extent, and then kaput. Like Bandicam was the worst with that. We would get that loaded up, and then, it would be like, yeah, you need to put in your passcode or whatever, and I'm like, oh, great. So, yeah, that's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I've since switched over to DaVinci Resolve, which actually has a legit free version, and that's what I've been using, which is awesome.
yeah.
But yeah, the live streams is really where you started picking up.
Yeah, I was in commentating with you because I know at least one of, I cannot remember which one of the shows. I was in the back because you weren't there running, not for every episode, a couple episodes, because in the back of my room.
That might have been Ratchet and Clank? No, I was there for all of those.
I was definitely there for some of the Ratchet and Clanks.
Sly Cooper then.
Just to watch.
Because I was only there for like 7 episodes of Sly Cooper.
There was Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, and I was definitely tangentially involved with a bunch of others that I was not on screen. I was off screen, helping or just watching around the corner. I remember being involved with a lot of them, but I saw a lot of them as you put them through editing, and you're like, "Ooh, look at this edit," or what should I do here with the I was never very good at the editing, mostly software issues, and
I should probably quickly bring up the fact that the reason you saw me edit so much of this is because for quite a few years there we were living together during college days.
We had the same apartment, which is part what helped with the live streams and doing recordings. The problem was doing the episodic ones. We liked to have 2 co-hosts that were playing. Are involved, and I am about as coordinated as a arthritic owl. I am very, very bad at first person I mean, I've been saying that I play first person shooters, and I do now play a little bit more of them, but I'm very bad at them. Like that, I play them because I literally play these games because they're cooperative shooters. I don't play the PvP ones at all, and they're cooperative, and I'm playing them with people. Like I basically never play them by myself. I only play them when someone else is online and playing them with me. So I'm very bad at them.
To your
platforming
credit,
is terrible.
To your credit, though, there were a couple of live streams where you did take an active playing role. That mostly the Kirby games.
The Kirby games, yeah.
We did Kirby's Epic Yarn together, and Kirby's Star Allies.
Yep, Star Allies. Yep, me in the corner with the bat wings dropping bombs.
That's right. That was a good time, though.
Yeah,
it felt good to have you actually partake in the gameplay. But I think that was pretty much the only 2 that you were able to. There was one that I think you were talking about. Ratchet and Clank, what was it?
Deadlocked.
Deadlocked?
Or Dreadlocked, or whatever.
That was one series that also never saw the light of day because we had like a recording issue.
Yeah.
I forget exactly what the issue was, but
I loved that game too.
I'm so sad that one never saw the light of day because there was a famously funny like skipping.
There were several, but
there was one in particular though that like there was an issue with the PS2 disc. It was scratched at one point, so it would like skip and
that wasn't Deadlocked. That was
Up Your Arsenal, wasn't it?
No, it was the second one.
Oh,
Going Commando, I believe.
Going Commando. Okay.
Chain Blade.
Exactly. Chain Blade.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we could have put that video up. That was so funny. But we had our fair share of funny moments on live stream too. Like
I always remember playing Dreadlocked multiplayer, and I don't think we ever recorded that.
No, yeah,
we definitely didn't record it. But I remember playing it and
talking about it too. Like you definitely talked about it.
Talked about it. But I'll always remember. Like this is just an example of my skill with this sort of game. Is that like I was okay in the combat sections. I would use all the weapons that didn't really require aiming. Mine launcher, throws the mine, then it goes and finds its target.
Yeah.
Sort of. all the weapons that were sort of to whom it may concern in that general direction.
Oh, that's an awesome phrase for that. That's so funny.
Yeah. that was me. I was no precision aiming, especially if I have to move too.
Oh yeah, fair.
So but Ratchet and Clank had those selections of weapons, so I used those. I had like a little niche selection of weapons I would use to, and then the actual precision regular weapons went to other people. I wasn't terrible at the regular game, though I did stroke platforming every now and again. But no, then there was like the hover bike races.
Oh, yeah.
And those could just go... Yeah, no. So there was this mechanic in the game where if you ever got too far from your partner, it had you had these explosive collars on, and it would like create this laser link. And if you stayed too far away from them for too long, it would kill you both.
Oh, man.
And so, it was pretty far for the normal gameplay. Not a big issue. Like, you'd have to really work to trigger that in the normal gameplay.
Yeah.
But the hover bike races, you're moving a lot faster. And so keeping close is actually, like, the relative speed you're moving at makes it, like, much harder. You have to actually stay close. And it's a race. And I'm terrible at those. And so if I was just slow, I couldn't just putter along while my partner won the race. Because I'd kill us both because I got too far away from them. So my strategy was legitimately to kill myself, run off the course into the lava or into the water or whatever pitfall trap, and just make sure that I suicided and killed myself before it could trigger the I'm too far away penalty while my partner would win the race, because I could never keep up with them enough to like not trigger the too far away penalty. Yeah. So I literally had to learn. Literally, there was one track where I had to like strategically learn all the suicide spots so that I could suicide enough, because I couldn't. It was actually fairly hard to kill oneself on that track, which made it really hard for me. I had to like learn where I could get to a suicide spot fast enough so I didn't, kill us both.
Yeah,
so we could actually win the race. So that's the level. That's why I didn't play most of those, because when we were trading controllers, it would have been pointless. I would have never advanced the game. It would have been like me just waste a life and then hand it back.
Yeah.
For a lot of those types of games, I did play a few of them, like that. But like I said, that's not my style of games.
For sure. Yeah. As we were talking about earlier, your thing is more, cooperative shooters and mostly strategy games.
Mostly strategy or factory design, logistics, base building.
Which, unfortunately, I do regret not ever having done any of those, like having you host anything like that.
We did discuss it. The problem is it was, like, there are only a couple of ways to go about it, and I've watched other YouTubers do it. They either become quite long videos that can be, I don't want to say boring, but
there's not like for the short attention span of the
modern viewer.
Yes.
Now these people have viewers, but the thing is, like, you watch them play and you watch them, and like when they live stream, and I've seen a couple who live stream it, it's like, even me, who enjoys those types of games, I'd rather play them myself than watch someone else most of the time, unless there's a specific thing I'm looking for or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, watching someone else live stream them is frankly kind of boring, because they just do stuff, and then them explaining why they're doing stuff constantly for a while is entertaining, but then eventually it just becomes the same. Like, the logic repeats, and they're trying to explain to you what they're doing or why they're doing it, and it like, you're like, yes, I get it. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I know why you're doing it. I see what you need to do. Just do it. And the act of explaining it tends to slow you down.
Yeah.
And hitting, and then being able to do that and talk and narrate your thought process while playing the game efficiently and quickly is not easy. The other solution, which works quite well, is just incredibly editing intensive, where you just like
the supercuts, essentially.
Yeah,
not supercuts. The opposite of a supercut.
Yeah,
a lot of cuts.
Yeah, you just string together a whole bunch of little cuts, and the person who's playing has to remember to stop and like say, oh, this is what I did, and then you sort of cut to that point, and you just sort of, and then the person playing has to, which I think I could do that, but then it's a lot of trimming, snipping together a lot of different pieces, and going through tons and tons of footage to condense it down to sort of the salient points of the game.
I think that the ideal setup for a game like that is live streams, where like it's not particularly like time oriented. People expect longer play sessions on live streams, and like you have time to, for a game like that, you'd have time to chat with your chat. But we never did that, and I think mostly just because we were more interested in you and I co-hosting.
Yeah,
and it was mostly me playing and you commentating, which I think was a pretty good combo. And honestly,
it worked well. Yes,
like you were able to like look in the game and like, you know, solve the puzzles while I was avoiding being shot at in Uncharted, for example.
Yeah, there were some fun ones where it's like you're so concentrated on the combat, and I'm over here with like a notebook. Yeah, okay. Oh, like can you strafe over that way? I need to see that symbol. and just like, are you kidding me? It's like dodge roll 3 times sideways.
So perfect.
Trying not to get shot while I'm like trying to solve the puzzle on the go.
So funny.
I did that for my brother a lot when we were younger, which is part of how we came up with the idea of the channel, or my place in it, the co-hosting and stuff, is that I always loved watching my brother play games and sitting there behind him. There's a lot of games where I figured out what he was supposed to do, and I'd be like, do this, Dino. Like, do this. He'd be running the controller, but do this. Like, stop futzing around, just do this.
Yeah.
Like, or solve the puzzles and looking over his shoulder and doing that. And I find you tend to have a little different perspective because you're not
as the twitchy action guy
is what you're doing with your fingers. You're taking in the game more as a whole, which for really good games is nice. For bad games, it gets very bad very quick. But
for sure. Fortunately, we played mostly good games on this channel.
Yeah,
not a lot of bad ones. There were a couple, but pretty much all the ones that you and I did together were pretty high tier games, I would say.
Yeah, not all of them, but most of them were pretty good. We tended to cherry pick a little bit. We only have so much time.
Any favorite series that we did live streams of?
Favorite live streams? Favorite series or favorite live streams?
Favorite series.
Favorite series.
I feel like looking for an exact live stream is a little bit too exact, so for the sake of simplicity, let's just keep it to favorite series.
I favorite live stream, let me just put the little note in before we start talking about the series, was the Twilight Princess, Zelda, Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. The one where we ran
super long. Like, we streamed, what? It was like 7 to 10 or 8 to 10 or 8 to 11?
Yeah, 8 to 11 I think was more time
8 to 11, yeah.
Or was it 7 to 10? It might have been 7 to 10.
It was like a 3-hour-ish block in the evening, and it was, what, 12:30 at the end of that one? We ran we started early, I believe, and we were going to get to a certain spot in the game.
I think we got to like 4.5 hours in, and we got to the final cutscene. You know what? You explain this part, because this is so much better when you explain it.
So we get, like, it was just 4.5 hours in, and we were struggling. Like, the live stream was hysterical, because, like, there was the water temple that we were doing. Like, the second round of temples, the water temple one. And we were making all the Sesame Street jokes, because we're, like, running around looking for specific letters in that temple.
Real quick, this is for the Wii U version of Twilight Princess,
yes, the Wii U version.
Yeah.
And
there were these stamps for the Miiverse posts.
Yes.
You could get like different Hylian letters.
Yes, you get them out of chests and other important things, and it was the stamps of different Hylian letters, and they were absolutely useless. I believe that was shortly after Miiverse was discontinued.
Oh, that might have been, yeah.
It was just after Miiverse was discontinued. So
yeah, I think it was. Like that added fuel to the fire of like my rage when I backtracked for like 20 minutes going up these freaking water slides of doom.
Yeah, all the way up to the top of this huge thing. It took forever.
And then I get there and it's like the letter P.
Yeah, it's like
not even
this
like a heart
episode
piece
is brought to you by the letter P.
It's a Miiverse stamp. It's totally a Miiverse stamp. It's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be a Miiverse stamp.
Yeah, we were. So Jeff was getting very frustrated that all we were finding was these useless letters in these chests, and we're trying to get through. At that point we were already an hour over our scheduled time. Like we were 4 hours in, and we're running through this water temple, and all we finding are these stupid, literally useless. The thing that they're for doesn't exist anymore. Hylian letter stamps. And so we're super, super frustrated. And then we get to the boss, which was utter bullshit. You're like fighting this huge coiling dragon thingy maboob.
Yep.
And utter bullshit. You're like struggling and dying, and you're trying to speed it up. And because we're trying to speed it up, you're like screwing up and trying to take shortcut and just failing and just making it take longer. So frustration.
I don't think I died in that boss fight. It just took forever.
Yeah, I don't think you died. I remember you trying to win it, and like trying to take shortcuts and then like missing the shot or whatever, and then you have to do the whole cycle again, and you're like, oh, I should have just waited.
Yeah.
Anyway, highly frustrated. We're very, very frustrated, and it's now very late. It was after midnight. I'm pretty sure it was quite late.
It was very late,
and we finally beat the boss fight. I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go. And there's this big cutscene at the end of the temple, and the cutscene is like, cutscenes have like an arc to them where they're ramping up, and they're ramping up. The big shiny golden light dragon is there, and the dark princess is like getting, I don't know, zapped.
Like mauled by the light.
Yeah, essentially attacked by the light. And it's like moving to a crescendo, moving to a crescendo, moving to a crescendo. And right where we're supposed to crescendo, game like seizes up, freezes, and it goes, Wii U gamepad is out of battery.
Really?
It's over now. I know inside. I was so broken. Oh my gosh. That one was my favorite one. That was so long. Favorite series, though. Overall, let me get back on topic here. But that was, favorite series. Boy, that's actually quite difficult. We did a lot of good ones.
I guess it is, isn't it? Like,
I'm afraid we never did, did we do a series on, Breath of the Wild?
We did. You were in
right at the
last
end,
couple episodes of that, yeah.
Yeah, because I forget why.
It was at the beginning, actually, right after Mario Odyssey, and I streamed that like six weeks before you got to be a part of it. And there might have been like a production going on at that time.
There was something happening that I wasn't available, which upset me for missing the first part of it. But I saw you play it the original time you got it.
Yes.
I did, which we didn't stream. That was just for enjoyment.
Yep.
Because that was before we started the streaming in earnest, I believe.
That's right, yep.
Yep. So I missed big chunks of that. That was a really good game. I don't know if it was a favorite series.
Let's see. Let me run through some names that might help you out here.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking actually one of the best ones was actually Skyward Sword.
Oh, Skyward Sword, yeah.
Because it was really fun to stream that.
But it was also fun to watch me waggling.
No, that was part of the entertainment, is that we can actually film the person playing it, trying to use the motion controls, and you got quite good at it. But
there was this one guy that, I had to fight him and, cut his shield to pieces before I could do it.
Yeah.
And, it was just one of those things where the giant moblins, and,
yes.
They had this giant wooden shield, and you have to, cut it 5 or 6 times before you could actually get to him.
Uh-huh.
So, I cut his shield, jumped over him, and then you had to slice him 20 times in the backside of him, so I'm just
Yeah.
I
don't think you can shield his. Oh, you can. That's the best part of that was the face cam. Don't watch that. Watch Jeff. Did you ever? I can't remember. I think it was Daniel who had the utter cheap technique.
Oh, the paper in front of the
Yeah,
Wii
he had
remote?
like a paper in his hand, and he would block the Wii sensor to make it think he was stabbing. I think it was a piece of paper. I don't remember if you ever used that or it was Daniel, but he had like a piece of paper that the Wii, when he flicked it in front of the Wii sensor, it thought it was going like this.
Yeah.
And it would make the stab motion because it was
So
really
funny.
hard to get the stabs to register.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
it was.
And so I don't know if that was. If you tried that, it was mostly.
No, I didn't.
It was Daniel.
I struggled as a result of not using that cheap trick.
Yeah, you were. Oh, yeah, you refused to use the cheap trick. It was Daniel who did. But yeah, Skyward Sword with the watch. Being able to see the. And I still say that was a obvious, from my perspective as a watcher of the game. I thought that was a really well put together Zelda game. Obviously, the controls.
It was a big hamper on it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The biggest one, probably.
Yeah,
Like,
obviously the
I loved the presentation of it. The art style, not as fond of, but I liked it. It's got my favorite music in the entire series.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
The Ballad of the Goddess, so good.
Yeah, it's got some really good music in it. The art style, yeah, not my absolute favorite art style. I more prefer like Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild, kind of a between cell shading and Twilight Princess, sort of.
Yeah, though Twilight Princess was
especially good on the Wii U.
Twilight Princess was really good in terms of the art style. It was.
You know what was actually...
I really liked it, but it was I think Breath of the Wild sort of found that lovely middle ground.
Oh yeah, it's really nice, and definitely hides the fact that it's running on underpowered hardware.
Yeah,
But the story in Skyward Sword especially, and like I know you're a sucker for stories in video games.
yes, very much. I'm a sucker for stories.
I
and
think the
everything,
story was the strongest aspect of that game because it's like, the beginning of the Zelda timeline, and it did such a good job.
It did such a good job. Set the tone really well, and because it was the beginning of the Zelda timeline, it. How can I explain this? Majora's Mask does an excellent job of this too. It threw off not entirely, but it threw off some of the trappings of the standard Legend of Zelda story.
Yeah.
That a lot of the games were very focused on the standard Zelda story up until this point. Majora's Mask was a big detour.
Yeah.
And I think I love the Majora's Mask story, which is up there. Like, take it away. And then that's kind of why I liked Twilight Princess. Very strong, underlined story. But some strong story elements. And I always liked Twilight Princess's art style. This is before Breath of the Wild came out, which is Breath of the Wild sort of eclipsed them all in many ways.
Yeah.
But then Skyward Sword, excellent story. And I liked the way they patched the world together. It wasn't a true open world.
Yeah.
But you had the open flying section.
That was
and then
pretty
you
cool.
dove down to the sections below. Really good way to connect the world before the true open world of Breath of the Wild came out. And I think Breath of the Wild had a really good story, but it was less stitched together, much more free, because of its open world nature. The story sort of,
I think the story definitely suffered in Breath of the Wild.
it suffered. It was good, like the foundational pieces were there, but because you could do it in any order, and
They kind of wrote themselves into a corner with that one.
yeah, they had to not so much wrote themselves into a corner. They wrote that they didn't have any walls to work with at all. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the opposite
it's
problem.
opposite of being written into a corner. Like written into a
It's
corner.
so open-ended that it's hard to craft a story around it.
Yeah, exactly. Like written into a corner is you've constructed so strict a story that you have nowhere to go anymore. That like the story locks itself out. This is the sense that there's not enough structure. This is the exact opposite problem of they removed so much structure that I think the story element suffered. It still tells these little vignette pieces that do all sort of create a tapestry, but it's not like as linear a story. It's sort of, because it has to flow from one piece to another, there's pacing issues and that, but I think as a game,
Yeah.
it succeeded really well.
Which I think is why I still put it at the top. I love it.
Oh, no, I definitely put it at the top. I think strictly on the story, it was weaker, but I think as a game, it was much better. I think it by defocusing on the story, because this is slight meta moment here, like a musical is driven by the story. Like everything is in service to the story. The point is to tell the story through a musical format. The dancing and the singing should all reinforce the story in some way.
Yeah.
And
video games aren't quite that same way.
No, they're not. Now there are games that are like purely story, but I don't think that necessarily makes them great games.
Right.
Makes them, if the story is good enough, they can still be really entertaining. But I don't think that makes them great games. That's not playing to the strength of the medium, because at a certain point, why not just make a movie?
Exactly.
Where playing to the strength of the medium, and this is, I think, something in my, I don't know, I have to look back at my old commentary. I think I've gotten better at looking at this, is that games as a medium, interactive media, it's not just all about the story, even though I personally am very into stories and reading and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I would put a lot of weight on the story. It's not necessarily the key focus of an interactive game. And that's not what, if the game is designed to have single player or be, around a story, I'm of course going to judge the crap out of the story. And I think there should be enough story to tie it together to make it interesting. But it's an interactive game. It's interactive. You sort of write the story, and that sort of thing in Breath of the Wild is that by removing those walls, making it less of a linear story experience, which Zelda's games pretty much were before that point, they created sort of a tell your own storybook idea with like, which way are you going to beat it? Are you going to just like blitz the boss way before you're like the final boss, like 10 minutes into the game, try and speed run it essentially? Because that's a story. That's like that's one potential of how this story.
You get to the end where Zelda's like, "May I ask, do you really remember me?" No, not at all.
No, nothing. I just woke up and went straight to the big bad guy.
I saw giant glowing evil piggy over there, and I thought, Killy.
Yeah. Because I need a wheelbarrow behind me for my balls. Like I'm just gonna run straight at the big boss, no powering up. Like that is a potential story, which does, some of the cutscenes don't work then, but like, you see what I'm saying? Like that's a way to play the game. It's a way to do it, and you can do that. It leaves it open. Or you like the hyper methodical person that is going to like get out the map and like grid search their way across every single thing before you attempt to tackle the big bad boss, and like that's another way to play it. And the game allows you to do that, and the story doesn't adjust totally to fit that, but it does. Like, the idea is that it's a little more like the story's in your hand. How much do you want to uncover the pieces of this world, and everything?
Yeah, exactly.
And so the Zelda games were really good to live stream because I think they had a lot of stuff to unpack. And
they had a lot of stuff that was appealing to both of us.
Yeah.
Which I think that's when the stream series were at their best, because, like, there were a couple that you weren't particularly interested in. Like, when I streamed Mario Bros. 3, we caught a few of your snores on camera.
Yes.
My goodness. You're gonna snore so loud your back's gonna crack.
Well, that also didn't help. We were streaming that. That was like, wasn't that finals week or like
it might have been? I don't
2
remember
weeks.
exactly.
I was writing some. I stayed up the night before writing some huge paper before one of those. It definitely happened multiple times, and some of them were less excusable. But like, there were definitely some times where college got in the way a little bit there.
But with the Zelda games, like they offered so much that I loved and you loved, that we were both very active.
Yes,
and very involved. Very involved. Very what's the word for it? We were.
And I think
I don't know what the word I'm trying to. invested. We were both invested.
We were bought in. We were both invested, bought in really strongly. And I think Skyward Sword was the best one because I also think it had the biggest. Like, I think we learned the most from that one.
I think so.
By doing it as a stream with two people, because I remember liking Skyward Sword fairly strong. I remember you not having a good opinion, or you really didn't like it.
Yeah, but then we kind of both met in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, we got there. I was like, yeah, definitely the controls are hurting this game type
and the
thing.
fact that I called the sections levels on accident once.
Yeah, and the way it was structured was, but I think that, like, by having someone who wasn't actively playing it and wasn't, like, actively frustrated,
it helps me appreciate the other aspects of the game.
Yeah, to, like, stop, like, where I can be like, well, I know you're struggling to control this right now and it looks like an absolute bear, and I'm sorry for that, but, like, if you stop and look, like, that's actually really cool, and how they did that,
yeah,
and blah 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 blah. But yeah, they I think that was there. Though the other one that sticks out in my mind, and like I remember, I think, I mean, we could read through a list, but I think that's not.
Yeah, we're kind of running long, so...
Yeah, we're running along here. We could zip through a list real quick, and maybe I should glance at it here, but in case I'm forgetting something. But I remember Mario Odyssey being really fun, but that was entertaining, but not our best one.
How about Uncharted?
There was yes, exactly.
My favorite stream moment that happened, aside from, like, the final stream where, like, we had a giant inrush of viewers.
Yes.
But I'll get to that in a minute. Uncharted 2, I think it was, well, like, there was this building that was collapsing, and...
Yeah, the guy got caught in the floor.
Yeah, the guy glitched into the floor and just started moving around with this.
Yeah. and here's this, literally, there's like a helicopter, like, firing missiles at us, the building's collapsing, and we're too busy laughing our butts off to, like, do anything.
That was priceless.
Much more structured and scripted, but I remember those Uncharted. That was like the beginning of the second game, I think.
Yeah.
I think the Uncharted series as a whole, they were all good, but I remember the first. I remember those quite fondly. Those are
me too.
Those are definitely up there. Of my favorite stream. There were some really good Uncharted ones we did.
Yeah. Well, those are definitely some good picks. Absolutely. And there was one particular memory I have, though. Like, I touched on this a minute ago, but we were doing the final live streams of me being...
Yeah, can you hold for a second? I just want to zip through that list again.
Sure, yeah.
Make sure I haven't forgotten anything, too.
That's one of the benefits of me putting together this giant list of... Yeah, just make sure you activate that tab. Yeah, I put together this spreadsheet of all of the live streams and all the videos that we had ever done on the channel. That's how I knew there were 423 videos, 126 live streams, and 12 podcasts. I did the legwork and I actually looked at this. So this is an entire compendium of all of the streams that we've done. But yeah, the last it was the second to last live stream that we had done. It was Mario 64. I was kind of streaming that as, like, my final send-off. Like, my wedding was, like, 2 weeks after the stream. And I wanted to do a Mario 64 speedrun. And I was doing a practice for it. And in that practice, we got raided by this larger streamer. I forget his name. What was it? Fearsome Fire.
Yes, it was.
We got this giant raid from Fearsome Fire. He had like 1,000 people watching him. He's like, let's go find someone that doesn't have anyone watching them. And like, I remember watching this stream that he did as part of this, and he's like, this guy's perfect. Like, there's nobody watching. Let's go make his day. So then we got like 400 some people watching the stream, like all just saying Fearsome Fire raid, and like, you were trying to keep up with those comments like crazy.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And they got us to 420 subscribers, which had doubled our subscriber count up to that point. They wanted to get us up there for the meme status.
Yes.
And I'm just like, oh man, you guys are tuning in at the worst possible time. Like, we're almost done streaming here. Like this is our second to last live stream.
Yeah, we were almost done. The only
But that was a really cool moment.
Yeah. Though I will say this, the final live streams we did, were really surprisingly. That's when we got like a bunch of people and everything. It was kind of a melancholy moment, though. Of the live streams, we mentioned this earlier, but Sly Cooper 2, which is what, Honor Among Thieves or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Sly Cooper 2. That one personally was. I love that series. So
You got another co-host.
yeah.
Come on. Yeah, you know you want to. There you go. Make yourself comfy, friend.
Yeah. And of course, he's in the middle of his grooming cycle. Mom just finished oiling him down, so he looks like a crazy dog. She hasn't combed him out yet.
Still a very pretty dog.
Yes.
You're just gonna pet him for the rest of this?
Yeah.
But yeah, you were saying?
Personally, Sly Cooper 2, I don't think as a live stream I'd put it as my absolute favorite, but it was really fun to do.
Yeah, it was.
As a game. But yeah. But no, those final ones, that was... Yeah, we knew it was time to pack it in. We had originally thought, like as you were saying earlier, we'd originally thought to shut it down. Super Mario Odyssey was going to be our swan song. Let's do a series of live streams, whole history of the Mario games, of the 3D Mario games, and then work our way up. Super Mario Odyssey, we do it. And once it's done, we're done. We pack up Volatile Upgrade. And we actually got enough viewers to, not many, but a few, enough to interest us and keep doing the live streams.
Yeah,
and
that's great.
That sort of put Volatile Upgrade on life support for several years of live streams and stuff, because we were not as friends, not really, but like in terms of physical distance, we were, heading off in different directions. We just, at the time, Daniel was, I don't know if he was back yet he was in Ohio, and, Henry was off and away, and we weren't physically close enough to get together our lives were getting too busy because, filming the edited series takes a long time. It was a huge block of hours to get the episodes filmed. We'd actually get everyone sitting there for like multiple, like all day blocks to get through a game.
Yeah.
And then it required a ton of your time on the back end for editing, and you were getting busier, and everything.
Yeah, I was still happy to do it, obviously, but
yeah, you enjoyed doing it. Just it was a lot of your time and everything, and we weren't much help with it. So
right, but yeah, I think the live streams definitely helped us like reinvigorate, even though we weren't planning on it, reinvigorate our channel, because it was easy enough for us to sit there for 3 hours at the end of the night. We were living together.
Yep. And
it's like, all right, just got to set up the microphones. And we had them as permanent fixtures and just like swung them over to us during live stream time.
We literally left everything set up. It was like a matter of, I think, what did we get it down to? Like less than 10 minutes before the live stream, we'd rush over.
Something like that, yeah.
Like we'd finish dinner, rush over. You'd get your computers out, and we'd like plug everything in, do a really quick check, slide the mics in. Okay, here we go, folks.
Yeah, so it was just a lot easier for us to do it that way.
Yeah, we essentially, our living room was essentially a recording studio.
And we phased out the episodic playthroughs at that point, and just in favor of the Let's Plays, just because it worked so much better for us.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't last forever, and we did end up, after I moved out, got married. Our channel was kind of on hiatus there for a while, but we ended up coming around and doing podcasts.
Yeah,
we did a few of those, 12 in total. And I think that was a lot of fun to do. It was definitely a different direction for the channel. Not many people came along for the ride with us on that one in terms of viewership. It was definitely like a tangent that people are like, they didn't subscribe to the channel for podcasts. They subscribed for gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
But it was more just for our own gratification and enjoyment.
I enjoyed doing those a lot.
Yeah.
It was hard to find time to
that's
together.
That's what ended up killing it, is we just all ended up, like you said, in terms of like work schedules and physical locations.
I was only available late in the evenings, and Henry had to get up early.
And then Daniel also had his job at like starting at 1 a.m. or something like that.
11 a.m. 11 p.m. So
11 p.m.
So it was like impossible, because it was like
It was a puzzle that there was no solution to.
Yeah, like nowadays there'd probably be like a really tight window, like from like 8:30 to 10:30 at night. Like if I got right home and we could, just a bare 2 hours.
And then my problem is my kids don't go to sleep until 9 or 9:30.
Yeah, and then you're not available till 9:30. Dana's still at 10:30. So it's
even
a matter
then,
of,
like there's just no way to make it work.
We'd have to catch either day I'm off. So
Wednesday or...
Yeah, but then it would be during the day, which Henry's working and you're working, so that's out.
Yep.
So it'd have to be... it would be later in the evening. It'd have to be essentially a late evening slot once your kids are in bed on a day where Daniel isn't working. And Henry would be willing to stay up that late, which means he probably couldn't be working the next day. So we'd have to like...
It's almost impossible.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is theoretically possible. In practice...
Holy cow. It's alright.
Yeah. In practice, near impossible to do them regularly.
That said, we had some good ones.
We did.
Do you have a favorite? I do. It was our... my favorite was our discussion on gaming backlogs.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was a good one.
That was a very good one. The idea of a gaming backlog and everything. And it's... and yeah, and it's really funny I think we discussed this. I think we discussed this at one point during the podcasts, but how our gaming consumption habits have changed.
Yeah.
And I keep feeling it changing more. Like, I still love playing games. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I still do it. Like, most evenings when I get home from work, I'll get on with them. But my consumption, like, I used to be one of those people that was like on the Steam sales. I had this big wish list. I'm like looking at all the different games and my genres and everything. Now I see a game on my wish list go on sale or like a new release, and I look at it and I'm like, I don't have time.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times it's like I have so many games that I have and want to play that something very, very... Either one of my friends has to get into a game that would be cooperative, and they're like, you have to get this so we can play it together. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. If we're going to play it together, that's that. Other than that, there's like only my favoritist... Yeah, there's a word for it. Excuse me. Series I get. Like the ones that I really, really enjoy. And if I don't enjoy it, I'm not playing it. Like I consume games purely for my own entertainment, and it's gotten even stronger than that for games. I've started doing it with books. Mm. So there was this thing up until a few years ago. I would, like, if I started a book, I would almost never put it down. Like, not put it down. I, of course, would read it whenever I had time. What I mean is I would finish a book I started. And that was like, it used to be when I was younger. If I started a book and it was in the series, I finished that series. Like, I found it like as a point of pride. Like, if I started a series, I'm going to finish it. So I was fairly selective, you know, when I was series, but at the time I was reading so many books, over 100 a year, that I had a lot of time where I'd like finish all my, like, I have a list of 8-10 series or authors where I'm like, as soon as they release a book, I'm reading it. These are like the big, the ones that I'm like my favorite series. I'd be caught up on all of them, and I'm just looking for stuff to read. And of course, there's a huge amount. So I'd be like paging through, and so my standard was kind of low. I'm just like looking to kill time with reading, and I'm reading and find something, oh yeah, it's pretty good, I'll read it. But as my time has gotten more and more crunched over the years, eventually it was like, well, I'll read the whole book, but if I'm not like super into it, I won't finish the series. I'll just like read the first book. I'm like, sorry, you didn't grab me with the whole first book.
Yeah.
There. And then there've been other ones where it's like the first book really grabs me, but then they get into the second book and it isn't as good as the first book, and the series sort of feels like it's degrading. Not all series do that. Many of them keep it up, but some do that. And then after the second or third book, I'm like, boy, it was so good at the first book. Yeah, I guess I'm done now. I put it down. And more recently, it's been like, I'll start reading a book, and if I'm Like, I'll get halfway through it, and if it just, like, isn't... And I'm like, no. I'm going to find another one. Because if it's not gripping my attention, it won't get read.
Yeah.
And it'll just sit there, and I won't read anything, and I'll be, like... And what I'll find myself doing is, like, I'll be like, I don't really want to read, and I'll just, like, get on...
What?
Oh, I'll get on YouTube or... I'll just watch some shorts, or I'll watch a couple videos, and which is, not a bad thing, obviously, but like, I just won't read. Like, I don't have enough free time where I'm like, oh, I'm caught up on everything, I guess I'm going to read now. No, it's got to really grip me. So I'm getting a lot more selective with the books I read and consume. Just like, they have to be good. They have to be, when I say good, I don't necessarily, I mean like, entertaining and enthralling enough, or have enough specific purpose for me to be reading. Otherwise, they won't get read, and and so the same thing with games, where I've gotten, like, I'm not following the most recent releases of everything. I do follow a few, and sometimes things pop up on my, horizon, and I still get, caught up in new releases and stuff periodically, but I'm much more discerning, I guess, on what I'm going to put my time into, because I have so much less of it.
Yeah, I'm in the same exact boat, and we discussed a lot of this on that podcast, which it was a great podcast.
Yes, we did. We talked about it, but yeah.
But I'm very much in the same boat. Like, I just bought a PlayStation 5, because most of the reason is PS4 games are getting so much harder to come by these days. Sky, my wife, for anyone who doesn't know, wanted to get Pac-Man World Repack, because she, I know that's a bit of an odd one.
That's a name, yeah.
But it's a remake of a game that she played in her childhood, and she's like, oh, I remember that game, can we get it? And I'm like, yeah, so that was one of our Black Friday purchases. But the PS4 version was not on sale anywhere. We didn't find it in any stores, so I had to get it on Amazon for $10 more than the PS5 version was, which was crazy. So we're just like, the writing's on the wall here. The PS4 is 11 years old now. Yeah, they're going to stop putting games out for it. Like, even if they keep making them, they're not going to make them as available. Like, they're not going to be on all the store shelves. So
yeah, we're just going to drive the price up.
Exactly. So we just decided, we've got a little extra spare cash right now that we're putting aside all this money for home renovations and stuff, but I got like a decent bonus at the end of the year, so we're like, now's the time to do it if we're going to do it. Mm-hmm. So I bought a PS5, and I'm like, well, like, I was talking to my coworker about this. He's like, oh, what games are you going to get for it? I'm like, I've got PS4 games. I don't need any. And then I thought more about it, and I'm like, it does seem a little silly to not buy any games with a brand new console, so I bought 5. They were games I was very excited to look into. It was Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, 2024 Game of the Year Astrobot, Sonic Frontiers for my son. He loves Sonic. Horizon Forbidden West, a follow-up to Horizon Zero Dawn, which I adored. Mm-hmm. And Returnal, which it's this... I'm not really into...
You were telling me about it, or someone else was?
Probably someone else. It's this roguelite or roguelike, which I haven't really played any roguelikes, but this one looked interesting enough and fun to me that I wanted to try it.
Yep.
So, yeah, but I don't know when I'm going to play any of those. I have enough of a backlog, and I already just...
And all your free time is spent, coming around doing final videos and such.
Hello.
I thought you'd be off.
Name of town.
I was hoping to be, but we're running a little long here.
Oh.
But that podcast is a great reference. Check it out. Episode 7, I believe, of the Gaming Corner podcast.
Yes.
Our discussion on gaming backlogs. And check that USB cord that Finian just bumped. Now we're good. But yeah, you can definitely see why we made some pretty decent podcasts. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But we should probably try and wrap this up. So is there...
Yeah, was there any other bullet points on your...
Yeah, at least one.
Okay.
I wanted to ask. We talked a lot about our pleasant memories and looking back fondly at all the things we did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything that you regret or that you would have done differently? Or even like a series that we didn't do but we would have liked to do?
Sly Cooper 3 leaps right to mind. We never got a chance to live stream that for before we discontinued it. We've talked about coming back and doing it, but I'd love to. We have to find time where it would work.
Yeah. You may even consider doing that on Dan's live streams.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, the thing was to show you.
True.
We both played it.
True.
You never have, and I think yeah.
But that's
basically
fun.
We've had the discussion before. 2 and 3, it's really hard for me to pick which one's the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that one leaps. That's the first thing that leaps right to mind.
Sounds like not a lot of regrets though.
No, not a ton. I very much enjoyed it. I'm glad we did it. Trying to think.
Kind of was it wasn't an entirely smooth ride.
Oh goodness, no.
It wasn't an entirely smooth ride. A new doggy. Hi, Astro.
Astronaut, why did you scream? We pick you up all
You
the
don't
time.
like it when I pick you up? Is that the deal? You want to get on my lap? Come here. Come here. There we go. You had to come up of your own accord. That's what it was. Anyway, yeah, not entirely smooth sailing, but I think we had a really good time, and not a lot of regrets to be had.
Yeah, I regret not
you like
badgering Henry more about getting the software working on my computer so I could help you with the editing more.
Okay, yeah.
I do feel bad about how much of the editing you ended up taking on.
Yeah, but I loved doing it.
You really enjoyed it. Yes, that was part of it, but I still feel bad about not taking on more of the back end just to lighten your load a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's not that bad. That's not a bad regret, I don't think.
No, I don't. I in no way regret doing it. I do regret that it how can I say this? It was time for it to end when it ended.
Yeah.
It was we weren't. I regret that our situation changed such that we could no longer continue doing it. But yeah, there wasn't much we could, unless and this isn't a I can't say that I regret this, but I'm sad that it didn't take off more to the point where we were more incentivized to.
Yeah, for sure. I wish there was more I could have done to really get more eyeballs on it, because I feel like we did a decent job. Production quality was not as high as I would have liked.
This is the sort of thing where it's, one part skill to 9 parts luck type thing with
Absolutely.
with most types of entertainment or show business.
Yeah. But yeah, that's some good points, Adam. But we had a really good time. We had a good run. And I've enjoyed having you as one of the main members of the channel. We had some good times.
Yeah. But here we are, trying to put a capstone on it.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I think it's time to put a capstone on this, because I got a couple other people I got to get to.
Yes, you've got a bunch of interviews to do, and we have, oh my goodness, only 2 hours to rehearsal, so yeah.
Yeah, so thank you very much for getting together with me. This was a good time.
Thanks for coming down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Astro, I got to get out of here. Gotta go! Woohoo! All right. Next stop, Dan's place. It'll be good to see Dan again. We were in quite a few videos together, and I remember always having a blast with him, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of memories he brings up in our little chat today. Well, Dan, how's it going?
How'd you get into my house? It's going wonderful, Jeff. It's good to see you again after, well, technically, on the channel, it's been 10 years.
It's been closer to 3.
Oh, was it 3?
Yeah, podcast upgrade, if you remember, the Gaming Corner podcast. That was our last time on the channel together. It was episode 12 of the Gaming Corner podcast.
Right.
Which I still find it hard to believe that was nearly 4 years ago.
We could have done more. I think we could have done more.
We should have done more.
Yeah, the problem is you were the rallying force, and you had your own things to run, and then there was the kids.
I think it was mostly like a work schedule conflict. Like our group started to have, especially when Adam got his job.
Oh gosh,
that's when things started to really go off the rails. But you know, that's all right. Like I say in the intro, we've all gotten busy with our jobs and our families, our responsibilities, and that's been a good thing. But here we are, closing out the Volatile Upgrade channel.
Don't break my heart, Jeff. Now I need to make a new channel just so we have some.
You've got one.
Technically, I do.
And we'll talk about that a little later, but...
I gotta invest more in it. I've really been putting it off to the side. But, like everyone's been saying, jobs been getting busy, so...
That's right, yeah. Yeah, we're busy adulting.
Oh, God. To think we're adults. When we started this channel, we had to get permission from our moms in order to go see each other do recordings.
Dude, like... The first recording that we ever did together was on graduation night for you from high school. But we'll get to that in just a second. First, I want to reintroduce you for the people that may not remember or maybe are tuning in for the first time. Sorry you missed us.
Don't worry, you can still watch the reruns.
That's right. There's nearly 600 videos on the channel for you to watch.
Oh, God.
Can you believe that? 600 videos? And of those series, you made your debut in the second one. You are a founding member of Volatile Upgrade.
I found something. Wow.
You found Volatile Upgrade, and now it's gone.
Guys, I found it!
And it's gone.
We can put it back together.
Do you remember what our first series together was?
My brain is saying Vex.
Your brain would be correct.
Oh, gosh. I was like, we should really do Vex, because Vex was it's a game that had a lot of interesting ideas, and it was just an older style game, so it had some of the older puzzle solving, and it was very creative about how it did things. Compared to, Mario had the same feel, but at the same time, I feel Vex was a little more unhinged.
Yeah, I feel like Vex tried to go for a little bit more of like the teenage demographic.
Right,
right. The slogan on the back of the box, if you remember, is...
no.
To hell with the princess, save the world.
Oh. I didn't know that was on the back of the box.
It sure was.
Gosh, I would have thought it was something like it's Slash in Time, just because of how games are these days. Oh...
But yeah, that was our second ever series on the channel, and you got to host that one. What do you have any memories from that first Let's Play?
Memories from the first Let's Play?
That was 10 years ago at this point.
I think my memory of that was at the time was, oh good, we get to make more of these. I think you could probably hear it, too, in the recording session of just me being like, oh, wait till you get this part. Wait till you get this part. I was so excited to play through that rather than be like, the good old-fashioned bottle at the sailing ship and just be like, it's christened. Celebrate. No, I was more of just like, well, where does the ship go from here?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was very excited for.
But that was good. I mean, like, for a Let's Play sort of thing, like, commentary is obviously very important. So that definitely came in handy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there was one part from the game that I remember very fondly. It was one of the puzzles where you actually needed the manual of the game to solve it.
It was in the back of the manual and it said, this is a hint for you. And literally, on the heart, how good's the editing? Can I actually say something and it'll appear in...
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I'm just asking. Because there is a part where if you look at the heart for that mission and read the riddle, I was very explicit about, you need to read this riddle because this is so cool. And it basically states, like, you need to look in the book for help. And we actually showed you, I don't know if you put a picture up.
No.
No, you didn't. You could probably find it.
Yeah, definitely.
But...
Probably.
Vex isn't the most popular thing, so...
But the point of it is, there was a hint in the back of the manual to solve that puzzle, and that was pretty cool. You know, actually, there's one thing that I remember more fondly than that.
Oh, no.
Do you remember that level where you needed to invert the stage upside down and then platform?
Oh, was it timed platforming? Or
yes, it was. It was timed platforming.
Oh, what area was it? Give me a vibe.
I feel like it was the water area, because...
Yeah, It was the one. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, I remember it now. It didn't just invert it. It flipped the whole screen upside down, and then you had to solve it.
It flipped at 180 degrees. It didn't just like flip vertical. So the whole thing.
Right, the whole thing was upside down, and you had to like get through it as a time challenge.
Do you remember how we ended up beating that?
I can't remember who it was. One of us hung. It was you. You hung off the bed to be upside down to get the game to do correct.
That's right. Yeah, we could have just inverted the TV. No, I decided to invert me.
Well, if we inverted the TV, the problem was I'm pretty sure it was an old like tube TV.
No, it was a flat screen.
Was it a flat?
An older flat screen, but
Oh,
yeah.
it was an older. No, I think we got. It wasn't a monitor. It was officially a television. So if we were going to invert it,
Yeah.
no, it was easier to invert the person. Jeff was upside down for a minute. He was fine.
And like I did have to,
fine,
I did have to resort to that in the last like few minutes. Like there were 2 more platforms that I had to get to, and like I got through the first few pretty not easily, but I did it pretty proficiently.
It was just the last little bit of parkour. But again, like I loved. Now, if we're gonna talk about fond memories.
Yeah, I want to hear one of your fond memories of
Gosh,
this series if you have any.
The problem is Vex is such a big game and such a cool idea game. I think one of the funnest. I'm gonna go by levels and areas.
Yeah.
The Giant's house.
That was a pretty cool.
The Giant's house, where they're like, yeah, no, this is an entire house. The floor is lava. The floor is lava. Well, there's a dog down there. He'll eat you. Okay, that's a problem. And we designed the entire place to essentially hold an entire, like this wasn't a side area that was like, oh, you went to the Giant's house and there's going to be like 2 hearts, 3 hearts, which is pretty standard for a lot of games where they show an idea, but it's only for like 2 seconds. Like a great example is the level building for Sparrow Year the Dragon, Sheila, her levels that are all just insanely vertical. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. But no, they made an entire place where they're like, yeah, no, like each part of the house is an entire like star in Mario. And it's like, what? Yeah. You gotta go through the sink if you want one. You gotta go through the bookcase if you want another. You gotta go on the the ceiling fan.
Yeah, I don't know if we got that one.
We did.
Oh, did we?
It's the one that teeters.
I feel like
You'll remember it.
I feel like you must have done that one.
You have to get the pieces. And it's like you have to get all 4 pieces, and each one's on a blade. But the blades all go every time you put weight on them. So I can't say I narrow it down to a specific time because honestly, I had a good time through the whole thing. Except really the final boss. Yeah. The final boss I was just done with. Yeah. In which the funniest part is once we did the impossible, it was the easiest boss fight in history.
Yeah, it was
I just sat there and went.
Yeah, it was a 3-phase boss battle, and the hardest phase was definitely the second one, just because the guy did 2 hit points of damage if he touched you. Which,
and the worst part was it wasn't as much as how punishing it was how difficult it was to predict his movements and the radius of his abilities.
That's
the
yeah.
radius. Like, I almost feel like we should have looked up a guide that was like, hey, how do we actually dodge this guy? You know that one time when you perform the triple backflip? Yeah, that's what you got to do. Oh.
Well, after about 3 hours, we got it eventually. That aside from our live streams, that is the longest video, as far as I know, on Volatile Upgrade, is the super cut of the final boss fight. Because, like, I did chop it down to 20 minutes or so for the actual finale, but then we just thought there was so many great moments in, like, the super cut version.
There was
we uploaded the whole thing.
Oh my gosh, there were so many moments throughout it, which each of us were losing our mind.
Yep.
I love the part where I started talking about a completely different game.
I think you brought in your laptop and started playing Dead Island 2 or something.
Yeah, Dead Island 2. No, I think this is the first Dead Island. I don't own Dead Island 2.
Okay.
It's probably the first Dead Island. Take a look at the video and let us know in the comments. And for all those first time viewers.
But yeah, that was our actually one of the longer stream series on our channel. Is Vex. One of. There is one longer one. You're not going to guess it.
It's not yours?
Well, I mean,
it's not the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
That was a live stream series. Kind of harder to quantify that.
So, I mean, it's pretty easy to quantify.
Our longest Let's Play episodic playthrough was Yoshi's Woolly World.
God.
Mostly because it was like one level per episode, and then like between episodes we'd have to play the level again to find what we missed. So it was.
You should have done like an after hours in which you're going back through the level and you guys are just saying whatever.
Honestly, that would have been pretty great.
This is my experience for the first time. Oh gosh, I have to deal with this again. Welcome to the after hours. And it's all in the same episode.
Oh, cute! That's yarn. There's a secret in the yarn.
That's why they want me to push it around.
That's where it was.
They want me to unravel the secrets. All right.
But speaking of our other series, I'm just going to quickly rattle through the
Go ahead.
the series that you were a part of, and maybe you can let me know any highlights you remember from.
I think the correct answer is not enough, Jeff.
Yeah, that would be correct. You were in.
like 2.
Actually, you were in a decent number. So
that sounds like 3.
So we co-hosted Vex together first.
Yep.
Then we did Kid Icarus on the NES.
I was there for a hot second. Oh no, I remember it.
No, you were there for the whole thing.
Oh, I remember, because what happened was, in the beginning, it's the most painful game of your life. And then what? You get, 1 health upgrade?
Yeah,
was
one health upgrade, and it makes a huge difference.
And the game was just...
Yeah.
And that really tells
Still
you
hard, but
the importance of difficulty scaling, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Then you hosted Ratchet and Clank with Chase. Then we played Super Smash Bros. For Wii U together on Black Friday.
I have so many good memories.
Super Mario 3D World was next. Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. And then you made a guest appearance in Cuphead.
Guest appearance? Oh, I was there. I actually got some time off. So I was there for a level. I was there for the dragon level, wasn't I?
You were there for the whole time we were playing, but most of the time you were in Adam's bedroom playing League with Ty.
Right. I wasn't really. Yeah, I wasn't there super because it was I don't know.
But you came in every once in a while to interject and be like, this boss, I remember this guy. Have fun.
That was me. I was such a shit talker back then. I mean, I'm still a little bit of a shit talker.
And that's
definitely
fair.
more reined in. As you watch the podcast, you'll notice my goofy, silly antics. This thing called peer pressure happened, and everything slowly got more and more reined in.
It's almost like we got older or something.
What?
But yeah, any of those stand out to you?
Yes. You said Ratchet and Clank. I tried to stop you, and then I realized you were going through them. I was like, stop. This is the greatest moment. This is the first time we were able to prove my brother wrong about something he tried to do take backsies.
Yeah,
and it's PDA.
Oh, I remember.
Personal display of affection. Personal display of affection.
Huh. Who was right with that?
Public display of affection. Personal delivery assistant.
If you're watching that first episode where I say that,
Just put
I
the
am
clip in
actually
up on
right.
the side when he says
Yeah,
that.
I never contradicted you, so I don't know
You
what
did!
yeah, you're really.
Personal
display of affection? Yeah, right. That can't be it.
No, I did
We'll
not
watch
say,
the episode. Jeff will
didn't
comment.
say that
Jeff will
can't be
comment
it.
who is right now.
Why would you waste to kill 4 of them at once so I don't have to deal with them?
Because Daniel and ammo conservation are polar opposites.
Well, once we get the what's it called, the PDA or whatever. PDA.
Personal display of affection. Personal display of affection.
Oh, I
And he's
forgot
like,
about
no,
that.
I never said that. Why would I say personal display of affection? That's stupid. And then we played the clip of him saying, mind you, for the longest time, my brother's secretly been gaslighting me because my brother hates being wrong. So whenever, and the worst part is I have a terrible memory. So he could effectively gaslight me for a long time. This was the first moment I had definitive proof that he was messing with all of us.
Oh, and it was so funny.
It was so funny and it was so justified because after that we just looked at Adam and went, "You gonna stop it? You gonna stop doing that?"
I gotta say, I forgot about that, and I'm so glad you remembered.
What do you mean remember? It was the first moment, like I said, we finally caught Adam back,
Caught Adam with his hand in the Mentos jar.
Oh, yes, yes. Because he's done that to you a few times where he was like, "Oh, I'll go do this." Adam, did you say you were going to go do this? Oh, I'd never say that. And then you just look at Adam like, am I going crazy? Bless his heart.
But yeah, Ratchet and Clank, that was a fun series. I think I was in the background for a few of those episodes. I tried not to intervene, mostly just because I'm like...
You were mainly on recording equipment, and you didn't want to...
Yeah, mainly what it was in those days especially, like, I envisioned our channel as being, like, equally hosted between all of us. And I wanted to make sure you guys had your series, but I was also there running the equipment. So,
right. No, I get that.
But yeah, that's how that one went. And I think there might have been... Oh, were there a couple episodes I wasn't there? I think there were. But that series, unfortunately, we lost the finale footage, if you remember.
And we had to read... Did we lose the footage or the audio?
I think it was all of it.
How did we lose all of it? I remember... Right, I remember the skit you did, where you're
Yeah.
It's not here. What?
It's not here, Chase. And then...
Well, Chase, I guess you gotta beat it all over again.
Yep.
And then you just slowly hand the controller. Yeah.
There you go.
I still don't know how we lost that footage after
Yeah, I'm definitely going to talk with Chase about that later because
good.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But yeah, Ratchet and Clank, that was a good time.
Ratchet and Clank is a good time. Sly Cooper is a great game. For me personally, if anyone ever asked me who the PlayStation Titans are, it's Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper. And what kills me to this day is, of the three, one survived.
Yep.
And Ratchet and Clank's doing phenomenal. Ratchet and Clank is so good because it's a gun game people can play that actually is PG and it's fun and it's silly and it's not Call of Duty where you're sweating bullets because you got to be 0.4 seconds faster.
Yeah, I gotta say, Ratchet and Clank was one of the first games I played when I got my own PlayStation.
Right.
I've only played the original.
That was okay.
And the reimagining. Those are the only two I've played so far.
Reimagining's fun. I recommend, if you really want one that's fun to really... There's two options. If you want one that takes its combat very seriously, Deadlocked is amazing. And then after that, the recent ones that have come out to explain the Lombax and Ratchet's storyline, God bless, they actually fleshed out his universe. Those ones are really fun. Those are really good. They feel kind of shallow, but that's probably because I played the third one to death. And the third one, if I had to say the third one's the best first single player experience you'll have. And it's so fun. In that game, in the third one, you will find a person who says, hey, your investment from many years ago, it panned out. You can now claim your interest. And you'll get, if you have the information that you have a Sly Cooper 1 game on your memory card, you'll, I think, get the Sly Cooper 1 outfit for free.
Oh, that's cool.
You'll just...
Nice.
And it recognizes it. And then you meet another guy. God, what was his name? My brain is saying Slim Shady. It's not Slim Shady. But he lives in a tube in the third... Oh, you meet him in the second one. And he's your arms dealer. In the third one...
Slim Shady sounds like a good name for him.
If you... have memory card information of the second game, when you go into the third one, this dealer will go, well, yeah, you're Ratchet and Clank, yeah. I got a deal for you. And he gives you so these guns that he sells in 3 are from the second game.
Whoa.
Yes, the lava gun, and he gives 3 of them. I can't remember which one. I think it's lava gun, turret gun, and... Try to remember. There's a third one. But if you have the information, he knows it's you, he gives you the guns for free.
That's so cool.
Because they're your guns.
That is so cool.
He just hands them over and he goes, here you go, bud. Here you go, champ. Have a good time. And the third has the best weapon system. So...
Well, let's get back to talking about the Volatile Upgrade stuff rather than Ratchet and Clank stuff.
I'm such a terrible game analyst.
No, you're a great game analyst. It's just
I'm so
that's
sorry.
not what we're doing right now.
I do this as a hobby all the time.
I will say that most of the series that you were a part of, we streamed at your parents' house.
Yes.
And specifically Adam's room. There was one, though, that...
The carpet still remains. It still remains. No, did we change it out?
No, it's still there.
It's still the dreary dead green.
As far as I remember, yeah.
Whose carpet?
Maybe not. I haven't been in there in a while.
They might have. No. I think we did change it probably 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, I've been in there.
Because I remember walking in that room and it was an echo chamber, so I think we were changing the carpet.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
well,
sounds
anyway, all that is to say there was at least one series that we did not record in your older brother's bedroom, and it was Super Mario 3D World, which was at Mike's bachelor pad, if you remember.
Oh, I was Rosina.
No,
I was
you were
Peach.
Yeah,
No.
you were Peach, and then I think Tyler switched to Rosalina. Actually,
Tyler was Rosalina. I was Peach. Michael was
Toad,
and you were.
just Mario.
And the worst part is you were outrunning all of us because Peach has like the slowest movements. But in those boss fights,
Yes.
what me and him pulled off for speed running is hilarious. Hey!
Wombo! This is very impressive.
Activate Wombo on this girl!
But yeah, that was a fun series. We actually had to squish that in like 2 or 3 recording sessions because you were going to Europe that summer.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So we spent like from noon till like maybe 1 a.m.
Oh, we destroyed that series.
We did take one little break there. I think we were
no hostages.
I think we were starting to get pretty stressed out or something like that, and we're just like, why don't we just go for a walk and like let the video like process.
It was partially that, but it was the fact that we did the thing to give us infinite lives. We were getting stressed out because we managed to burn almost all of our lives.
We went through all of them.
We went through all of them, and so we had to take a break. And when we took the break, we just left Jeff to just...
No, that's not what happened.
Set up the bounce.
It takes all of 5 minutes to get max lives, which is still like 1110.
We went through all of them, Jeff.
Yeah, we did.
We went through all of them.
Then I had to get more.
And we didn't even finish the game.
We did.
Did we finish it before we ran out?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We beat the hardest level that's probably ever been in Mario. What is it? Champions Road, I think is what they called it. I feel like that's what they must have called it. That's what it felt like anyway, Champions Road.
Champions Toad, if you ask me.
But before we did continue our recording session, I remember that we all walked down to the local baseball diamond and just like we climbed to the fence and got on top of the dugout and we're just like, yeah, this is so cool. You remember that?
Probably. I remember us going over the fence. I don't remember climbing on top of the dugout.
Yeah.
Wipe that memory from my mind.
For some reason, we thought we were like the coolest kids ever or something for climbing on top of the dugout. And
we are the coolest kids ever. Look at us.
We also took some like
This man has a wife. How cool is that? Someone actually
a wife and 2 kids.
He's multiplying. I'm sorry.
But we got up there and we took some pictures in the nightlight, like in the moonlight, I should say. We took some picturesque pictures, and then I remembered just how big my nose is. So when it was like the whole shadow look, like my nose just like stuck out of the shadow, and it's like, oh right, oh well, it was cool anyway.
the usual self-conscious Jeff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, in his natural environment, just sitting there going, oh man.
It's my default state. Just oh man, this is fat. I've got a dad bod, and I'm a little short. Whatever.
Again, comment on this video. This is not that bad of a dad bod. He looks great. Me, on the other hand, I don't even have kids and I have the dad bod. Life is hard.
Life is so unfair.
Life is so unfair. I don't even have a wife, but I have a dad bod.
Oh well.
But yeah, going through our series. So is that all of them?
That was all the ones that you were in, yeah.
I was in. Yeah, so Ratchet and Clank was an amazing time. Sly Cooper, at a personal level, really good game. Really sad they didn't keep making games after the third. It was an amazing game. But I will state, I think Sly Cooper really did pave the path forward for games in which we're seeing more and more of. Like even Assassin's Creed, you could say, possibly got inspired.
I can see the parallel, yeah.
Yeah, of just sort of, sneaking and stealth being into a video game. Because before that point, it was all just go from point A to point B, have fun, and then we were in the age of weaponry, most games are, in which you go from point A to point B with a gun.
That complicates things.
And Sly was one of the first games that went, well, go from point A to point B, but avoid this.
And pickpocket where you can.
And pickpocket where you can. That was more the second game,
That's the one that's the one I played. I played that one on live stream with Adam later.
So good.
I did very much enjoy that one.
It has, hands down, the best overarching plot.
I can see that, yeah.
Because when you come to the final boss, mind you, the final boss is kind of poopy. I wish they did that area better. All the other areas in the game felt like you were learning the area. You were scoping it out.
It was really
on the
cool.
airship, it was just like, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, boss fight. And it's like, it's not even a boss fight. It's just a bird.
I still remember having fun with it, but like you said, not as strong as the other areas.
No. It died. The second one kind of died on the ending. But
Sly Cooper 1, I don't know if you remember this, but that...
Sure.
Like, I had my call with Mike already a little bit behind the scenes, but we discussed how that was his...
I would say it's behind the scenes. It's going to be in this video.
It is, but later in the video.
Oh, okay. It's later in the video, guys.
Yeah, so...
Should I say fast forward to this number if you like him better than me?
But we were talking about how that was his first appearance on Volatile Upgrade and how he was not a founding member. We kind of adopted him into our group.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that? He kind of joined partway through that series?
Yes. We did adopt it, but it's mainly me and Mike got closer as friends at that time. And it was mainly just, hey, you want to do something fun? Let's do recordings. Let's go do this. You want to participate? You said yes? Okay, join the wagon.
If I remember right, he was already doing his own like YouTube stuff, but he eventually joined our Band of Thieves. See what I did there? Band of Thieves. Sly Cooper title.
I'm going to thievius raccoonish your butt out of my apartment. No, it's a good one, Jeff.
That was cool. I enjoyed bringing him on, but what was that like recording with you, Tyler, Michael, all switching the controller off?
What was it like? You can probably hear in the recordings what it was truly like. It was honestly just us 3 guys having a reason to come together and hang out and just enjoy, honestly, our company and just have something to talk over and really, enjoy. Because for the most part, when we don't... So, of the 3 of us, we're all kind of objectively based mentally. Mm-hmm. So if we don't have a reason to really come together, we really didn't see, like it's one of those things where going over to hang out with someone was one of those things where it's like, okay, we're going to hang out and do something, right? We're not going to go hang out and just stare at each other, right, Jeff? Stare at each other and get paid for it. Maybe might get paid for it, depending how merciful you are.
We would need another 700 subscribers to meet that threshold.
No way. 700? Jesus.
Yeah, you need 1,000 subscribers to be monetized.
No wonder everything is so clickbaity on YouTube.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I played this game. You're never going to believe what happened.
Honestly, I can only do that joke seriously if it's a Kirby game. And
Yeah.
you know why? Because you finally played a Kirby game. It was
I've played a few of them at this point.
what was it, the mech one?
I played Planet Robobot on my own
Planet
channel.
Robobot.
Yes.
Yeah, on your own channel. And you got to experience what I experienced in Kirby games.
It's like, no, you guys, you really won't believe what happened.
It's one of the things where it's like, don't worry, Kirby was out for a walk, and then a bad man took his cheesecake. We gotta go stop him. And then you turn around, you're seeing Kirby in a battle mech fighting a planet in order to save the world, and you're sitting there going, what's going on? And then the battle mech, what was it, took over the moon?
Yeah.
So you had to blow up a moon? And you're sitting there going...
And then it turned out that the moon was like that, what was that entity that was like this giant like stopwatch? I forget his name, but that was a cool...
Every Kirby game has a different feeling.
Ant Dude put it best. Like, what you're kind of describing here is... and Ant Dude phrased it like this. He's like, you start the game with someone stealing Kirby's cake, and by the end you're fighting God.
So, so when you made that comment, I just thought of, guys,
You're never going to believe this. No, seriously,
you're not going to believe it. It's a Kirby game. Every other game, it's like, oh, we're an assassin. We're going to avenge our family. Yay. And sometimes they put in a twist, and you're like, ooh, spicy. But every time you play a Kirby game, you walk away going,
Well, that was an experience.
anyway.
Unfortunately, you
super
and
off
I
track.
never did Kirby. We streamed a couple Kirby games. Adam and I did.
They're
And
secretly-
Tyler joined for one of the episodes.
We never did Kirby.
We never did.
No, did we do Epic Yarn?
Adam and I did.
Oh! The worst part is I teamed up with Adam and me and him first played it. That's why he was brave enough to do it.
Yeah, because he'd been down that track before. That was fun. But yeah, I'd say that's one of my regrets is you and I never did a Kirby game. And there's a ton of them.
Guess what's coming later this year, ladies and gentlemen?
Not on this channel.
On
Nothing's
Jeffrey's
coming on this
channel. Maybe if me and Jeffrey and my channel, if I get my channel up and running, I probably should. Me and Jeff could team up and we could do a
You know what
Kirby game
I've
for you
wanted to
guys.
do with you for a while? On one of our live streams?
Please tell me. Oh, go ahead.
Finishing Vex. 100% completing Vex.
You do realize it's like the only things left is the hardest level, right?
I do.
Oh.
We barely touched that one.
Do we still have the PlayStation? Do we still have the game? Do we still have the PlayStation?
Honestly, what I would probably do is just emulate the GameCube version.
Is that one better than the PlayStation version?
It looks
I can't
better.
remember. It looks better. It's got more polygons.
Because the GameCube technically was a little more powerful than the PlayStation did.
The cute elf girl has better.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's a memory I didn't want uncovered.
The worst part is at the beginning it's like, oh, she's nice, and then she shapeshifts into a monster, and you're just like,
Not exactly what I was thinking, but
oh, what were you thinking?
I think you could guess.
There's a YouTube skit. I don't know how to credit him. Maybe I shouldn't say it because then you'll have to go find it.
Oh, I don't.
But you know what I'm talking about? It's Final Fantasy. When they're talking about Tifa, and then Cloud's over there going, and then touches her chest, and he gets stabbed. He's like, oh, that hurt. And she's just like, yeah, they're pointing.
Ooh, watch out for those pointy bits. I don't want to do that anymore because of the low poly.
So what am I doing now in my life? Or
Yeah, I forgot to ask you that. Where are you at these days? What are you up to?
Well,
I mean, don't tell me your physical location. I'll have to bleep that out.
totally homeless.
Then where the heck are we?
Get out of my apartment.
It took me an hour to set up these lights and microphones and cameras.
Dude, that'd be awesome if someone came just...
What are you doing in my house?
So, yeah, I do have my own apartment at beep, 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 beep. And
It took me a while to get here, I'll tell you that.
I work as a... Oh, so much editing. I work at a children's home for the abused. I do believe in one of my podcasts, I probably talked about it because I've been at that job for 7 years. Can you believe that, Jeff?
No.
No, I can't either.
7 years?
I'm one of the.
I'm just like, oh yeah, 7. Wait a minute.
I'm one of the senior night shift. There's only 2 people that outrank me on overnights, Jeff.
What the heck?
I'm the senior. Everyone else is below me.
What in the world? Well, you've climbed that chain. Or climbed that ladder. Wow, I'm mixing analogies.
Climb the chain, everybody.
It works, just not as well.
You gotta shimmy like.
Well, how's that going?
Oh, good. Night shifts are fun and very rewarding. It's very much a very dutiful job. You very much have a reason to be there. You have a reason to do what you do. It's not something that's just like, well, it's a cardboard box. I don't have to. Oh, so what if there's 2 inches less tape on it holding it together? It's very much you're trying to help and give another chance to people that don't have a chance. And you're essentially their second chance.
I gotcha.
And yeah, it can be a lot. I am thinking of going back into the field to honestly try to get possibly a better degree or get more certifications to go for a, honestly, in today's world, don't feel bad anybody, but a higher paying job. The higher paying job where I can do more and help more people. What happened, Jeff?
Oh, your phone is full.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Everyone, all the others are probably fine.
Well, I guess we'll just use... Yeah, I guess...
Oh, Daniel, your phone is full. Dan, what's on your phone?
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
I was lonely.
Alright, well, that's okay. We'll just use...
Now let's use the other two. I'll just stare into this camera instead. Hi, Jeff, don't copy me. Now we're looking like an old, was it like a 1990s like sitcom? Hi, kids.
Well, howdy do. All right. Well, yeah, it sounds like you're doing all right for yourself these days.
I love how you could sense something was wrong. You're like, stop, I have to check. Yeah, no. Still doing it. Still working overnights, which is one of the main reasons the channel really hasn't rebooted. I'm one of the most we can do it, people. I work the one day, the one job that makes me awake when everyone else is asleep.
Yep. Your
so I can't coordinate
your shift
anything.
Is 11 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. ish.
Yep. You got it.
Nice.
It's that midnight run. To which it took. I think if you want to talk about a funny story in my life, it took my mother about 2 years to understand that I'm sleeping during the day. Like, she would wake me up and be like, hey, Dan, can you help me with this, that, and this? And I'm like...
I guess I don't need sleep today.
But bless her heart.
Honestly, it's a miracle that you were able to get together with me today. We're at 4 p.m. right now, so...
Funny enough, you walked into my life at the funniest time. I just got cleared for a week-long vacation.
Oh, nice. Perfect timing.
The first vacation of the year.
And we're at the end of the year.
Yeah. I couldn't get cleared for a vacation till right this moment, because I need to burn my PTO before we get to the next year.
Woof.
Yeah. If you're looking at it going, oh, God. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, it was that bad.
Wow.
We were down that many people. We had, best way to describe it, we have 4 facilities we have to keep track of. Okay? 4 facilities. We have to have a person in each one, and a float, usually a 5th person in case someone wants to use the bathroom or whatnot. We had 6 people.
Ouch. All hands on deck. Literally. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like
Anyway.
it sounds crazy. But I'm glad that you're doing well. You're holding down a steady job, very steady job.
What do you mean, very steady job? I've only been there for
7 years, and they clearly need you. You're not going anywhere.
Hopefully.
Well,
Hopefully
until you want to.
Until I want to, exactly.
That's the thing.
Night
They're
shift
not letting you go.
Night shift's a really cool job because you truly have the freedom to do anything you want to do. It just took me, I'm going to be honest, about 6 years into that night shift to finally go, you know what? I get to decide what I want to do. Why am I waiting for someone else to? Honestly, I think that's just how I was raised. I was kind of raised into the fact that, don't worry, someone else will decide my fate. I work night shift. There is no one else to decide my fate. Oh no. Anyway.
So to get back to the volatile upgrade stuff, so you weren't really... Okay, moving past the episodic playthroughs we did, Adam and I hosted a lot of live streams together. We've done a total of 126 live streams on this channel.
I think he was just lonely.
Well, honestly, he seemed to have a good time, and I'm glad he joined for that. And
to be honest, before you, it was me who he was having a live stream. AKA him sitting and watching me play games, and then telling me how to play games.
So,
anyway,
quickly going back to the live streams for a second, you actually did partake in a couple of them.
How'd that happen?
So what happened was
Thanksgiving.
There was a time when you were doing your training for your current job, and you ended up spending a week or maybe a month at our place.
Yep.
And I think that you ended up being in one of the live streams due to that fact.
Just like 6 years ago. 7. Weird. Training for my job. I wonder how long ago that Jeff looks 7 years ago.
Let's see. It looks like you tuned into... you were there for the finale of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Yep.
And I don't know if this is accurate or not, but it's in my spreadsheet. You were in one of the episodes of Uncharted Drake's Fortune.
Yes.
I didn't remember that. Can you tell me a little bit about how that happened?
You want me to tell you how that happened? I do believe what happened was it was usually circumstances like that. I'm guessing it was just I had multiple days off. I was in the neighborhood. You were in the neighborhood. So all of us were together-ish. And so we all just went and we grouped up. Like, honestly, I could come visit you every weekend if you wanted me to. Because that's what my job's giving me Mondays off. I could just, on a Sunday, just be like, hey, Jeff, how's it going? You have dinner made? Oh, good. I'll have some dinner. Anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Sounds like it could be fun sometime.
That'd be fun.
But
but I'm guessing what happened was my brain is thinking possibly a Black Friday or possibly I got dragged along with my brother because I had a couple days off. I was at home. And I was like, sure, I'll just come with Adam. And it was one of those situations. What the exact situation is, go back to the video. And I'll probably be like, and there's your
I'll have to
information.
go back and watch,
It might not even be there, but that's my guess. That's how I get roped into random podcasts.
Well, those were some fun live streams. Like I was really happy to show you the ending of Majora's Mask. I remember talking it up a whole bunch, and then I got to show it to you, and that was pretty cool.
I still love the Majora's Mask theory. Still one of the coolest theories. I wish we would do
the one
more
where Link is dead.
Yeah. I wish we would have more games that are ambiguous, so those were the situations we ask ourselves. Like, it's vague enough that we're just like, is this real? Because in today's...
It does kind of keep the game alive, like, well past its shelf life.
What it does is it really makes something memorable, and it makes you invest in it to sort of figure out the secret of the lore. Like, nowadays, you look at newer games, and the newer games like, oh yes, this is our lore. Would you like some cheese? You just put it on top. And you're like, you just sit... Put my snacking cheese away. Don't look at the cheese. It's mine. And was that actually one of the tastings over there that I cut for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's the buttery cheese, right?
It's very buttery.
It's very buttery. Would you like to tell the audience what cheese you're eating? Or no?
It's just some kind of cheddar, right?
It's right. It's that block.
This one?
Yes, on the bottom. There you go. That's the name. Nope, that's the name. Correct.
Fromage de Jacques. It's 100% cow's milk.
Oh, gosh. Why are you giving it to me? Put it back.
Imported from Switzerland.
Correct.
That's all I got on there. Swiss cheese.
Without it being Swiss.
Without it being Swiss cheese.
Without it being Swiss cheese.
I don't know my cheeses. I just know it tastes yummy.
Well, now you do know, because you just read off what the cheese was. Just in case
fromage de Jacques.
In case people are curious. Gosh, this is why we used to talk about doing a podcast together or streaming together, because, oh my gosh, we don't stop when we start talking.
Oh yeah, we can't shut up once we get started.
We play off each other
and
very well.
That makes for excellent commentary.
I was going to say content. You think I'm only for commentary? I wanted to force.
You know, speaking of times when we couldn't shut up, we hosted a podcast together.
Oh, we did.
You, I think, actually... Oh, there was only one that you missed, and that was one that Henry and I did together.
Correct.
You were in the other 11 of them.
And of the 11, I remember the gaming we talked about. There was one episode where we started talking about gaming, and I was like, and I pulled up charts. I forget what it was for. Was it grossing income or?
Oh, that was.
Which the whole.
I know which one you're talking.
Half
about.
the podcast was me just going, "Oh yes, this one's on the chart." This one's on the chart.
If I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was episode 3, which was pay to play versus free to play.
Correct, and we were talking about. Was it profits or audience? I can't remember what the numbers were.
I think it was more just a broad discussion of what we thought of it.
And, we were talking about... Was it the third episode?
I think so. I mean, that's the pay-to-play versus free-to-play.
And we did talk about that, and I think what's really funny is today in the community, free-to-play is the way to go compared to pay-to-play. Well, and then it also comes down to what you mean by pay to play. But I know you mean buy a game to play the game.
Yeah,
not
pay $60, you have the game. More or less these days.
We don't talk about Diablo Immortal.
Don't you guys like phones?
Don't you guys like phones?
You guys not have phones?
Yeah. Come on, guys. Don't you want to open up the secret shop to spend $200 on a weapon upgrades?
Ooh. Did you have a particular favorite podcast that we did?
The one I really invested in was a lot of fun. A lot of the podcasts, I kind of just sat in the background and offered my 2 cents, but it was really everyone's show, so I really didn't have a moment to really ramble to infinity, if you will. So I enjoyed the podcasts. At the same time,
What can I say? Jacques has good cheese.
It's a Wegman. If you would like to stop at Wegmans and pick yourself up a slice for you to munch on when you get home, you can. It's like a $6 cheese.
Honestly tempting.
I mean, there's Wegmans all around you. Just buy a cheese and honestly, if you take a picture of it and then just go to a Wegmans, you can do that.
Oh, I'm sure I could find it. But anyway,
of the podcasts, for me, the podcasts were kind of on and off because usually I was working at the time, so I'd sort of tune in, do the podcast, and then immediately book it to work.
That's right.
11 to 7. And because of that, it kind of... Best way to describe it is I got a little jaded in the podcasts. But also, some of those podcasts I really didn't have much to talk about. I mean, what's some of the topics for the podcast?
Here.
Because that one I have a huge amount of opinions on. So that one I was able to...
D-Makes and D-Masters was definitely the one you guys had the least opinion on. In fact...
That one I didn't even talk.
Well, it was mostly me talking.
Now, D-Makes and Remasters, we have a huge thing to talk about because the Game Awards this year, what the major company did.
Which major company?
It was the major game ranking company. I don't know how to describe it.
I don't...
But anyway, they're doing their Game of the Year awards. And all the games that were up, first of all, were all AAA or console games. Okay, sure. They didn't branch off in any direction until they reached the puzzle category, in which there was just nothing there. But my favorite part was for Game of the Year in this. I think it was my brain says EA, but one of the nominees for Game of the Year was Elden Ring, the DLC expansion.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have you heard about that?
Yes.
In which it's just hold on.
Can you really have DLC? At least it didn't win.
No. But it's we need to nominate it for something. I'm nominate it for best DLC.
There you go.
Crazy idea. But
I wouldn't have thought of that.
What was even funnier was Final Fantasy VII. It was potentially Game of the Year. And I'm saying
it's Final Fantasy VII Part 2.
Exactly. Which it was an entirely different game. It played the same. But the storyline went, in which it's a really cool story. It's not the greatest. It's one of those things where it's you came for a lore sandwich, but you still have to walk up the staircase to get to the sandwich, and you gotta get all comfortable.
Getting back to the podcast discussion here.
Please do.
There was one that you and I ended up hosting together after Henry dipped.
After Henry said,
yeah, he just
can't say that on YouTube. I'm so sorry.
You can. It's been more than 10 minutes.
Oh, that's the.
I think so. It doesn't matter. So, the final episode of the Gaming Corner podcast. How does nostalgia influence our gaming habits? We ended up being the only 2 hosts after the first hour and a half, or after the first hour-ish. I don't know, but we talked quite a bit on that one.
That was such a good conversation.
It was.
That was such a... I wish we did more podcasts. Honestly, we were running out of ideas. And
I beg to differ. I still had a good 30 ideas left.
Well, you want to start the podcast back up? We're not going to start the YouTube channel because apparently it's dead.
It's been dead for 3 years. We're just, we're just giving the eulogy now.
Hold on, I got a trombone in back. Let me play something.
All right, well, it sounds like the podcasts weren't your favorite thing. More like your shining moments were Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper.
Yeah. The nostalgia, you said the nostalgia podcast, that made me had a flashback. I was like, oh. That was just a good... Both you and me, we had such deep nostalgia. That was such a good topic.
Yeah, we kind of talked about each other's favorite games and how much of it is based on nostalgia. Mm-hmm. And I remember your analogy about how Mario 64 players look at the rest of the 3D Mario games and you're like, oh, this Mario Odyssey is great, but it's not the golden bird. This is Mario 64.
It's true.
And I remember being like, you know, Dan, in your weird Daniel way, you made a good point.
Because a lot of people were like, you know, I liked Mario 64 because when you get good at it, you can learn how to speed run. You can learn how to do challenge runs. You can perform tricks. You can use the limitations
The skill
of the
ceiling
system.
is ridiculously high.
Well, the funny part is the skill ceiling was actually, best way to describe it, the skill ceiling was like on the middle floor of a 10-story building. The player base and the dedication of the fan base took it to the 9th, 10th floor. Because there's tech in the games that's just like, yeah, the game's so stable you can get away with a lot of stuff. But, yeah, someone figured this out.
Yeah.
My favorite part is, side note, one of my favorite parts is when people were, using emulation to figure out the most efficient way to, break a couple Mario Kart, like, early Mario Kart games where they're like, yeah, if you slide perfectly at this 32-degree angle into this polygon, the cart will jump over, hit the checkpoint, and then you can go to the final flag, and it will be officially a 12-second lap.
There are some crazy strats in Mario Kart 64, I'll say that.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much the run-through of your involvement on the channel. Is there anything that you would have changed if you could go back and change it? Or if you had the chance to do it over again, what would you have done differently?
Well, first, if I had a time machine, I'd probably go back in time and tell myself, invest in the stock market, invest in Bitcoin, and then...
Then we wouldn't be sitting here. We'd be in our lavish mansions.
I wouldn't be in a mansion. I'd just probably be in a... Well, no.
You'd have a lavish VR setup. That's what you'd have.
Back in the day, I would have been in a decently lavish mansion. Now that I've gotten older, I've discovered what happiness is and just what being comfortable is. Now I would simply be like, yeah, like a 2-3 story house, nothing suspicious, but it definitely has 2 to 3 secret rooms. Like, we're talking secret bookshelf. You pull a statue, a staircase appears that goes into a basement. Like, if I had money, I definitely would have like cool secret rooms like that.
But what would you do differently on Volatile Upgrade if you were to have a time machine and do it again?
If I could do it again. Well, first of all, Volatile Upgrade, I think, was just a really good project that really had us keep meeting up and we kept saying hi to each other. So that, I wouldn't change a good chunk of Volatile Upgrade in its origins and what it became and where it went. I really think I could have... it's hard. It's always hard to go back and reminisce on what could have been. I could have done more for the channel. I could have done this or that. But at the end of the day, it was just what it is. It is. And now it's no more. To go back and change it, really, it wouldn't do much. What it was important. And I think that symbol still stands for both you and me, honestly. Because it was our project. And honestly, it got you into like the electrical engineering and programming scene. And
no, but that definitely got me more into the content creation scene.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. This was like the Volatile Upgrade was like the gateway drug.
It wasn't a gateway drug per se. It was a gateway.
Yeah, it was my gateway to content creation.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it a drug. You didn't fall into it and you're like, I need 10 more videos. I can't feel anything.
Oh man.
Oh shoot! I gotta stare at this camera. Ha ha ha. Okay.
So your answer is pretty much you'd leave it pretty much as it is. You're pretty happy with how it is.
Pretty happy. What I would change is more things with myself if I had a time machine.
Okay.
It's one of those situations where it's like, Volatile Upgrade isn't the problem. It was me. I'm the problem. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. That's a great. Oh gosh, are we demonetized now?
Definitely not. But yeah, that's a pretty solid answer, and I'm glad that you enjoyed your time on the channel.
I mean, I wouldn't. It was like
it was a good time.
It was every day was just a party every time we recorded. It was never a moment where we were like, oh, we had to record, because we would always be like, you know what? We're bored. It's summer. Let's add something to the channel. It was one of those like side.
Oh, the summer times are like our premier time to do recordings.
Exploded.
Like, I swear, 90% of the... Well, I can't say 90%. That's a very high number. 70% at least of the episodic playthroughs were recorded in the summertime.
Yeah.
Because that's just when we all had time. Like, college was out, or at the very beginning, high school was out. Like, again, I stress, our first recording session, me and you, Vex, was on your graduation night. And then we came back after graduation and recorded more.
Yeah. Oh, we had so much fun. We were like,
We did.
oh, this will be our grad party. Yeah, that's right. We didn't do drugs. We didn't have girlfriends.
We played Vex.
We played.
And
we didn't have a princess. We chose to save the world.
take that as you will. All right, Dan. Well, the page of Volatile Upgrade is officially being turned as we speak. But
You're choosing a weird analogy.
we're in the middle of the video.
No.
I can't say the book is closed yet.
I would say the book is. We are closing the book. All right?
We're closing the book on
We're not
Volatile
turning the page.
Upgrade.
Volatile Upgrade is not going to its next chapter.
No,
It's not evolving.
We're closing the book on Volatile Upgrade now.
Although, if Volatile Upgrade becomes the Frank and Astro show, and we just have videos of those two puppies,
So,
that'd be an evolution.
but you're still doing stuff on the internet. Where are you on the internet these days?
Months.
It has-
Sorry.
Okay.
When you say that, so
all right, fair enough.
I do have a Twitch streaming, and I do believe it's Dance Warrior 777. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank goodness.
How do I know this? And
Well, it's because because I've had time off. I've been analyzing a ton of games, and I have like different parts of my life. I had different usernames, and so Dance Warrior 777 is like the latest one that I stuck with, and I'm like, it's me. I'm the Dance Warrior. That's just who I am. Before that was Drake Shadow. You remember that?
yep.
And then some accounts were just like just Dan 777.
But Dance Warrior 777 is your current iteration.
Correct. Dance Warrior 777. I should do more Twitch. I always say I'm going to do more Twitch, and then I stop. Mainly what I have to do, I think, is just learn how to pace. Because when I stream, you've seen it, I do it like a 10-hour streamathon. And then it's like, why don't you want to do it the next day?
Yeah.
Gotta sleep.
Yeah, pacing and scheduling, I think. I do Friday night streams starting after my kids go to bed. So, like, there's just always that one set time, and I go for a certain amount of time that's like, I shoot for 3 hours. Sometimes it's 3.5, sometimes it's 2.5. 3's the target.
Gotcha.
I think
that's fair.
I think that's a good way to, like, keep from burning out. And it doesn't help that, like, that's my only time to play video games these days.
No, I don't think it's like...
I can squeeze
I don't
it
think
in.
it's a bad thing. I think scheduling time for yourself is a very healthy thing to do.
Yeah, what I mean is, like, I don't get burned out as much because I don't get a chance to play video games during the week. So, like, Friday night comes around stream time, I'm like, yes, finally, I get to play video games.
I mean, that's the problem with being an adult. You gotta schedule your own happiness.
And furthermore, a parent, I gotta let my kids have a turn with the TV most of the time.
I love the part. I think so we're gonna talk about Black Friday this year. We have a Black Friday party every year. So don't worry about it. I think one of the funniest parts was me casually telling you were over there. You let what was his name? God bless your boy. JJ. You let him play your new game. And the entire time, poor Jeff, he wants to play the game so bad. He's like, JJ, this is what you gotta do. JJ, I'm like, no, Jeff. Let him learn.
I'm like, JJ, can I do this part for you?
No, Jeff. Let him learn. And honestly, he had a good time with it.
Oh, yeah.
But it taught him a very valuable lesson, which is you do have to problem solve, JJ. You can't just hand it off to someone else and go, they'll figure it out.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that he can't read yet.
Yeah, but
honestly, he did a good job figuring out, like, the battles and all that. That was pretty cool to watch.
He didn't do a single special attack for a solid.
Well, no, but
until someone showed him.
What I mean more is, like, he figured out the enemy's attack patterns and avoided them.
Yeah. Oh, he got really good at dodging. Yeah, no, I agree with that.
He just didn't know how to hit the multiple buttons for the actual attacks.
So,
But Dance4777, are you still doing streams, or are you gonna get back to it, or?
You know what? Now you just make me. Now I gotta stream. You know what? We're gonna get
this
back.
Is peer pressure at its finest. Folks.
It's peer pressure at its finest. Jeff is saying I have a shot.
Honestly, like,
you know what we gotta do? We gotta go back to the old. Well, no, I should probably pick one that's more fun to watch because I keep picking the one game. Jeff remembers this because I streamed it probably for like 4 months.
Don't tell me. The Long Dark?
Yeah, you got it. It's such a good game. Like, for what it is, it's such a fun story to tell people, but it does not pull the crowd. If people don't know what The Long Dark is, they just look at you and they go, You're playing a snowy survival game. Uh-huh. How's this different from 7 Days to Die? Well, you see, it's cold. But no, if I had to explain, what I love about The Long Dark is you only have one shot. If your character dies, congratulations. We're restarting the run, and the whole thing's hardcore mode. Objects of interest are disgustingly far apart, and it could take, like, one of my favorite things is setting up a base where you move all the resources into one place. Well, then when you go to move, cool, you have hundreds of pounds of stuff, so either you're going to crawl along the ground like a snail, or you're going to take one batch of tools to the new location, which could be 2 to 3 miles away. Mind you, during this whole time, you have to find food, water, supplies, stay warm during the entire transfer process, and then you have to figure it all out. And it's a game all about just sort of preparing and seeing how long you can last. And another thing I love about it is it's one of the few survival games that has a skill tree system that levels up the longer you've been in the game and surviving for. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is less food, but my fishing skill is level 6, and I'm super proficient at fishing.
Well, yeah.
So there's that.
Well, honestly, I don't know. Like, play what you like and be passionate about it, and I'm sure someone will find it.
You say this, but you've seen my game analyst list, right?
No.
The 872 games.
You mean your Steam wish list?
No, that's my library now.
Oh, but there you go.
You want to know what my wish list is?
Oh, wow.
I can tell you. It's 2,751. I looked at it the other day. I told you, Jeff, if I see a bad game, on the wish list.
That's right.
See a good game? On the wish list. The only thing not on the wish list are sports games.
I do remember you saying that in the podcast.
Some racing even entered the wish list. Also, did you hear they're coming out with a Genshin Impact GTA? There's a Grand Theft Auto Genshin Impact coming out, in which you have cars, you can drive around, and then you jump out and Genshin Impact.
What?
Yeah,
sure.
people are excited for it.
Okay.
Not a sponsor. Don't know the name.
Not a sponsor. Not a sponsor.
Jeff, don't hit these people with the sponsor. They'll never survive.
What was it that we said in Kid Icarus? We had an intro where we were like, oh, we called each other some weird name and we just went with it.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Jack and Spicer. I'm so close.
Yeah, Jack and Spencer.
Jack and Spencer.
And welcome back to another episode of Jack and Spencer.
Welcome back, guys.
Well, I'm Jack.
I'm Spencer.
That was such a good bit because Jeff you never saw it coming, and I was just like, we need to switch it up.
Just rolled with it.
We need to switch it up. And honestly, that was a very fun moment. Oh my gosh. So many great moments.
Well, thank you for getting together to talk about our walk down memory lane of Jack and Spencer.
Yeah, Jack, Spencer, and Vex.
Yep, that was the third member we never mentioned, but
it's you and me and you and us and our friend Steve and our friend Vex.
But yes, no, seriously, this has been a great walk down memory lane. Thanks for getting together with me.
No, you can always. I mean, you know where I live. You can always come over.
I know where you live now, but you're not safe. You're never safe.
I mean, if you just arrive when I'm awake. I don't want to open my eyes and just see a Jeffrey on top of me and just be like, hey, you got any more of that cheese? Yeah, Jeff, it's in the fridge.
Let's go to the Italian restaurant.
You know what I like.
You know what I should do? I should steal you but I should drive to your place, steal you, and we go
Name
to
of restaurant.
mac and cheese bar,
Oh, that could be fun.
in which I told you, mac and cheese. Well, that gives away our location. Should we bleep that out?
Yes.
Well, technically they're a franchise, but still, it's a franchise. Someone could find us.
Yeah.
Anyway, but a mac and cheese bar, if you will.
It sounds good. Yeah, let's do it sometime. But in the
Actually,
meantime, Dan,
Anyway,
I've had a lot of fun.
nope.
I hope you've had fun.
Didn't I just say that? What?
But I gotta go. We got more people to talk to. Thanks, Danny.
The good news is he's never gonna change.
Okay. On to Henry's place. Man, I miss doing videos with Henry. He was in our very first video, and our very last video, and a lot of the videos in between. It'll be good to walk down memory lane with him. How's it going, Henry?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Third interview today, but you know what? It's been worth it. It's been fun too.
Good. I'm glad.
So how's life? How are you doing these days?
Boy, I've been good. This month's been nice because I've had it off and everything, so been able to catch up on things I haven't been able to for the last couple of months because mostly been working on this place, trying to get into it and everything. So all free time was dedicated to that.
Yeah, for sure.
So that was like literally last like this entire year because we just had to wait. Big project was getting the roof done first, and then we could start working on all the stuff inside of here. But after that, it was just a couple hours here and there because we were battling daylight because power wasn't on for the longest time.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you were aiming to get moved in here over the summer. I take it that didn't happen?
No, absolutely not. Didn't get in here until November, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a bit of a delay.
It is what it is, you know. Just got to get everything done before you move in because then you got to battle the fact of moving all the shit around in order to work on whatever little things there are.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Get those gremlins out of the system.
Pretty much. So definitely was fine with just prolonging it.
What about work? What are you doing for a job these days?
Full-time.
Name of amusement park.
Do maintenance over there. Work in the electrical department doing game sound and phone systems for over there.
Basically an electrician.
Kind of, sort of. It's I'm in the electrical department, but I do like the low voltage stuff mostly.
Okay.
I usually get tossed into helping out with, whereas we have actual electricians working with the medium to high voltage stuff. For the property.
Gotcha. When you say low voltage, how low do you mean?
Like 24 volts,
Okay.
24 to 48, like actual like low voltage.
Yeah, that's out of my range. I'm an electrical engineer, so I normally work in the 120 to 480 volts range.
Yeah, like
electric distribution and that sort of thing.
Before we got our second or our seasonal actually for this year and everything, I would help the other electrician that we had full time with doing whatever miscellaneous work orders we got in for the property. So I was working with like the 120, 240 kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. 480 I typically let him deal with as well as our supervisor because I'm like, a little outside of my wheelhouse of comfort.
Yeah, 480 is a little scary. I've heard some horror stories of people like accidentally leaning up against the switchgear and having their liver burnt out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That stuff's scary.
Yeah, especially when you get up to like the 4,000 amp range. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been in some buildings where there's this giant switchgear, 4,000 amps at 480 volts. I'm like, I'm gonna stay away from that.
That's fair. I mean, basically, we're like a small city, especially once we get out to the campgrounds and everything, because we have pedestals for ranges of like 120 to I think only 240 is the highest we have, which is at 50 amps we do for service. So
okay, that's not so bad.
No, it's not, but it's a lot of sites. So
yeah.
There's a couple hundred out there and everything. So, got to take care of all that. And all of it's like probably about like 95% of it's all underground too. So like troubleshooting sucks.
I bet.
Because it just turns into taking the leads off of the pedestals and stuff, putting on the locator, and then basically locating out where it might be having a grounding out to the ground, and then digging that up and everything without trying to damage more of the wire. So.
Oh, that sounds miserable.
Yeah.
I'm glad my portion of the electrical stuff is done at a desk.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Definitely sounds nice, but I feel like it would be boring. I hate desk jobs.
I
I got out enough that it's not too boring.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm in the office probably 90% of the time, but 10% of it I'm out walking the sites, looking at existing conditions.
Yeah, which honestly, I would love that part of it. That part would be what I would enjoy the most of doing.
Yeah, that and construction administration. Like, I go out and I'm like, you ever hear of like a punch list for a contractor?
Yeah.
Like site observation reports or like that sort of thing where you tell the contractor like, this wasn't done properly, that needs to be done, this needs to be fixed.
Sure. Yeah.
I do that.
Nice. You're the ball buster.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the guy that the contractors look at the sheet and they're like, man, are you kidding me?
They're like, son of a bitch. All right. Hey, that happens,
But it's kind of cool that after all was said and done, even though we had like completely different educational experiences and all like leading up to the jobs, like different experiences, we kind of ended up in the same sort of realm.
Yeah, we're pretty close. It's really weird.
Like when I say DIDF, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, not a clue.
Data intermediate distribution frame.
There you go. Had no idea.
I almost had no idea.
Deer in headlights moment. Fuck, what does it mean now?
He's calling my bluff. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm glad you're doing well with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been really nice and everything. So, we were supposed to have a Christmas party this month too and everything. That got canceled because of the bad weather and everything. So I think it's getting scheduled for next month too. So
nice.
That'll be nice.
Still gonna have the party. Good.
Yeah, gonna have a little vacation or something like that because of it. So day in, go in, just party. Probably gonna be at the Downs and everything, the casino in town, and then be done for the day and then go home and probably have an extended weekend because of it.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, so pretty super sweet.
I forget. Did you say you had any time off right now? This is like right after Christmas, before New Year's.
This is like the tail end of my time off. So like I got to go in on Monday, and then I'm off Tuesday, Wednesday because of the New Year's and everything, and then I'm back for the season, I guess. So,
yeah. Okay.
And that's it. That's my vacation time burned up because I basically had this entire month off. So like the last day I went into work was the 9th.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I had this last week off entirely from the 23rd up through, and I was supposed to go back into the office this coming Thursday, right, January 2nd.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm not going in Thursday, Friday, taking those 2 days off. I might have to go back on that just because we have a deadline on Thursday.
Gotcha.
We'll see.
Yeah, it depends on how you're feeling and everything. I guess if anything, you could do a half day to see how things are.
Well, yeah, we could see. We'll see.
Fair.
But yeah, let's talk about actual fun things.
Sure.
Volatile Upgrade, your time on the channel.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I was thinking about this on my way over today, and the crazy thing is, you were in the very first video on Volatile Upgrade, and you were also in the very last video on Volatile Upgrade.
Was I really?
You really were.
That's so funny because I don't remember either.
Well, let me remind you, your first series, you were one of the founding members of Volatile Upgrade.
Yep.
In it from the start, in it from that whole dumb cover image that we did. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember the image, yep.
Yeah, I was discussing that with Adam earlier. We had Adam sitting over in the chair just looking annoyed.
Yep.
And we had this cape on, and then the rest of us are just sitting on the couch.
I think I had a top hat, had shorts on. I think Tyler was on the back of the couch and everything sprawled out and stuff, and I don't know, we were yelling at somebody for doing something.
Yeah, you were yelling at the screen in frustration over the game we were playing.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there with my 3DS looking at you like, such a good time, and you were there for that.
I do remember that one.
So Super Mario 64 was our very first series.
Was it actually?
It was.
Holy shit. I didn't even know we did it for the channel.
We did.
That's how long it's been.
It might have been better that we didn't, because the production quality was frankly trash, but it was our very first video ever put on YouTube. Kind of can't blame us. Crazy thing is, we were still rocking the integrated microphone in my laptop at the time, and that was nuts. Is that bringing back any memories?
The one thing I do remember, I'm pretty sure that was the one that Chase ended up watching 100 times.
Yes.
One episode for 1 minute, if that. And then you
kept refreshing the page.
Yeah, and you're like, that's nice now that we got 100 something views on the first video or first series for the videos.
Yeah.
And you're like, but the retention rate's dog shit now because of it.
Yeah, retention rate and comments and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Chase is like,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
That was great. I remember that part of it. So, but that's great. Yeah, no, I definitely. I mean, it was probably just you mostly playing for at least the later levels for it.
Yeah, I think so. Because the later levels are where your acrophobia really kicks in.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, fear of heights for anyone who doesn't know what acrophobia is.
Yep. So definitely terrified.
Yeah, and that even extends to video games, which caught me off guard at first.
Yeah, it's not great. It really ruins things.
Like, I remember this was before I really learned how to speedrun the game, but I remember there was a spot that I jumped off the top of the mountain, like the World 4 or whatever it is, the snowy world.
Yeah.
Jumped off the top of it with the penguin down, and you seemed like you were having like a heart palpitation at the time.
Yeah, because it's horrible, that angle. It's just like, oh, you're just falling so far.
Ah, that noise. They did a great job of just... Oh my god, no! I forgot how much you hate heights. Jesus, man. Hey, it got the star quickly. Ah.
My precious baby, where have you been?
Oh, my heart hurts. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that bad.
So, that was exciting.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm glad we did that one. That was a lot of fun. Again, production quality was kind of trash, but... You know,
it's got to start somewhere.
Exactly.
With these types of things, so,
The other thing of note is that that was recorded at my parents' house.
Yes.
Yeah, like you came over to, my parents' house for a few of the recordings that we did, actually. That, Halo, Bioshock for a few episodes.
There?
Yep. For a few episodes.
Sure.
And then Crash Bandicoot.
We did Crash?
We did do Crash.
Oh, Jesus. I really don't remember that at all. Apparently, I need to go back and watch some episodes.
I would highly encourage that you do. They're fun. The Crash ones in particular. Like, that was when we started to, get a little better at the content creation thing. Our commentary was more on point.
Did I do that one with Chase?
No, you did that one with me.
Did I do it with you? Okay.
And, like, you were... you were noting that I'm supposed to be the platforming guy, and that was not very good.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
What?
Bonus round.
Oh, no.
Number 2. Let's see what happens.
I don't want it. I really don't want it.
Fuck. This might give you a special gem if you beat it. You piece of shit! First fucking thing! Oh my god, you suck!
Oh, that game's such a bear.
It really is. A lot of cheap tricks and hard hitboxes and just pixel perfect jumps.
Yeah.
But
it got worse too with the remake that they had come out because they gave Crash more of a pill-shaped type of hitbox.
Yeah.
So it's so much easier to fall off of the platforms and everything.
Yeah,
with some
like
of the skills.
I was thinking like one of the examples is like bouncing off the turtles on the high road.
Yeah. Dude, just speedrunning high road?
Yeah, that's
awful.
Yeah, pain. Big pain. But yeah, we played that one together. Here, let me go ahead and quickly list off all the series you were in, the episodic playthroughs, and we'll get to the live streams later. So, like I said, Mario 64.
Yep.
Then Halo 4 Infinite with
Ty.
With Ty, and that was the hardest difficulty.
Yeah, legendary, I think it is.
Legendary difficulty co-op. You popped in for 4 episodes of Kid Icarus with me and Dan.
Yep.
You were in the background for 1 Ratchet and Clank episode.
Interesting. Okay.
You had Bioshock.
Yep.
You were in the first round of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U videos.
Okay.
That was the first Black Friday of ours, actually.
Oh, really? That's so crazy.
Yeah, I'll get back to that in a minute.
I love it. That's so wild.
You were in the background for Super Mario 3D World for 1 video.
Okay.
The part that really gave away that you were there is we were at Mike's bachelor pad. And
oh, right. Okay.
Okay, so
I remember being there.
So what happened was we were at the end screen for one of the levels, and it was a not co-op friendly level. And like there were Miiverse posts. Miiverse was like Nintendo's Facebook at the time.
Yeah.
And like there were Miiverse comments like floating across the screen, and one of them said, "I hate my friends."
Ah, beautiful.
And you just busted a gut laughing.
I hate my friends. Yeah. Okay.
Probably because it's just so out there, out of nowhere.
Yeah. In a Mario game of all things. You were in our longest
Let's Play episodic playthrough to date with Yoshi's Woolly World.
Oh yeah, Woolly World. That was a fun one. I like that game.
Oh, me too. Me too. Yeah, I was excited for that one. I remember buying it day one, but I had to wait for you to come over for a couple weeks before I could start playing it because we were going to play it blind together.
Yeah.
And that was definitely worth the wait. That was worth the wait.
That's fair. That was a good one.
Crash Bandicoot, as I previously talked about, you were in that one.
Yep.
We did one entire episode of Ukulele.
Oh, did we? Oh, we were running into issues with that though. Well,
yeah, that's. There are 4 videos that are unlisted on the channel right now, or private actually, that I'm gonna make public at the time of this video. But yeah, like we started running into like recording frame drops.
Frame drops, yeah. I don't know what was going on, where it was dying out. I think I was using like my laptop at the time.
Might have been.
That it was one of our laptops, and even then, it's like that's so weird. We're dropping frames using one of these laptops because it's got like at the time that laptop had about as much power as my old computer that's sitting in the corner over there.
Which was running what, a 1080 Ti?
It had a 980, but the
980
that had a 980, but the laptop had a 1080, but a laptop version 1080, so like powered down a little bit.
Yeah, underclocked a little bit,
but still it had an i7 and everything in that, and it's like that thing should be like fine for being able to do the recording, but I guess we were recording and playing, so maybe it was a little too taxing on it. I don't know where that was getting hung up on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but like we recorded enough footage for like 12 episodes, and 7 of them were unusable, and then I just didn't upload the other 4 just because nobody was watching anyway.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I get it.
I missed one in here. Jurassic Park for the Super Nintendo.
Floor chicken.
Floor chicken is the best chicken. I loved that so much. Honestly, out of the entire roster of Let's Plays we've done to date, that is my favorite one to go back and watch. Just because, like, our commentary was so funny. Most of it, like, you weren't playing most of that one. You sat out a decent chunk of that gameplay-wise, but you were able to, like, full-on dedicate yourself to the commentary.
Yeah, 100%. Because, like, I didn't know anything about that game, and it seemed very, like, linear for what you kind of need to do through it.
Yeah.
And it's like, we'll be here forever if I'm the one that's trying to pilot this. And it's like, you know what? I'll let you take the reins on the controls, play that through. I'll just talk most of the time. And we'll go from there.
Yeah. You hear those dinosaurs?
You have some food.
I do. I got some food. Floor chicken is the best chicken.
I don't know where you were born and raised, but no.
It had some of my favorite moments. I love it so much. And the last one was Cuphead, and you remember that one?
I sure do remember Cuphead. All right, I liked you listing those off because it's like I don't really remember. Like you asking me which ones I was in before, couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
and I'm just like I have no idea. And then you say the titles of the games and everything. It's just like, oh my god, yeah, I faintly remember doing it, but I don't remember doing it.
Yeah.
So now it's like I want to go back through and watch them and see what the fuck dumb shit I said during all of those.
Yeah, it was a good time. Like I said, my favorite one was Jurassic Park, and then the close runner-up was Yoshi's Woolly World, just because I love that game so much. What would you say out of that list your favorite was?
I love the BioShock series. I wish we could have been able to finish that, but is what it is. Probably Crash was enjoyable too, just because that's another nostalgic kind of game for me.
Yeah. Fun fact, not to interrupt you, but fun fact on that. So that wasn't originally going to be a Crash Bandicoot playthrough. You brought your PlayStation 1 over that day with the intention of playing Croc.
Oh, that's right. And I couldn't find it.
And you're like, hey, Jeff, sorry, couldn't find Croc. Here, we're going to play Crash.
I don't know where the hell that game got off to. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that sucks. I've gone back and played that game a few years ago, I think.
Did you?
Yeah, and I actually really enjoyed it.
I fucking hate that game so much. That game just annoys the shit out of me. I don't know why.
It's got to be the tank controls with platforming.
It's probably that. It was what makes the game so challenging.
Yeah.
Which is not way it's supposed to be. It's not meant to be a challenging game because of the controls. It just happens to be that way.
Yeah. Did I tell you that game's getting a remaster?
You did not, but I think I did see something about that, which genuinely blew my mind that there's enough of like kind of a following or request for them to do like a remaster of it.
Yeah, it's not like it's like a Crash Bandicoot or Spyro level series or anything like that. It's
absolutely
pretty low tier, but I'm happy that it's getting a remaster.
It's
I'm
cool.
definitely picking that up.
I hope they keep the tank controls.
I hope they pull like a Tomb Raider where they that's kind of the level of remaster it looks like it is. Like just kind of upscaling the graphics, not really modernizing them too much.
Sure.
Still looks like a PlayStation 2 game, for example. Like better than the original, but not all that.
That's cool if they do it that way. I do like what they did with the remasters for the Spyro and Crash series. That's really nice. I love those.
Oh, me too. Oh, I really enjoyed those.
I actually was just playing the Spyro remaster today. Earlier.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Yeah.
I thought you platted that one.
Yeah. I ended up... What was it? Switch. I started playing it on Switch.
Oh, there you go.
So I haven't 100% it on Switch yet, but I have done it on PS4, which is originally what I got it for. So
yeah, and you said you got that one on your PC too.
Yeah, I've 100% it on there too. It's just so good. I bought it on 3 different platforms because they're just such good games.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that we never did any Spyro together. We did a Spyro series on the channel, but I did that with Chase.
Which one?
Spyro, the first one, the PS1.
Gotcha.
Spyro the Dragon.
Nice.
I forget if there was a subtitle or not.
Nope, that's it.
But I wish that we had gone through and done either the Crash remaster or the Spyro remaster together. I'd actually call those remakes, now that I'm thinking of it.
Yeah. Because they basically are. It's all from the ground up, and everything that they did for it, it's not just like same coding and everything. They just up the graphics for it.
Yeah. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, we did do a live stream of Crash Bandicoot 2 remastered. We only streamed it for one stream. It was just when you happened to be up at the apartment, and Dan and Ty were there in the background just chatting away. And
hell yeah.
I don't know why I decided to stream that. I don't think literally anyone tuned in, but I did it, and you were there with me. I forget if I had you play it all.
I love the second one. Second one's definitely like my favorite out of the 3 originals.
I think it's mine too.
I don't know why. First one's really good for challenging platforming and stuff, but the second one, I don't know why. I just like the level designs a lot more and everything for it, and the boss fights and stuff, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a little more forgiving, and the fact that they add in like that slide.
Yeah.
Like a little bit, it adds enough to the moveset without being overbearing like 3.
3 adds a lot of the power-ups and everything, and then you gotta, like, kind of know the situation for when to use that kind of stuff, especially for getting, like, secret gems and all that kind of crap.
Yeah.
But, no, second one just kept it simple and everything, and I think they just, like, revamped, like you said, they gave you the slide, and then they revamped, like, the level designs and stuff like that, instead of... You got, like, the 5 tiers and everything, and then you got the secret level worlds that you have to unlock through hidden means, through different levels and stuff like that.
That was tough.
It's good stuff, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was fun. Let's go ahead and list off the other live streams you were in, just to bring your attention back to that.
They're the ones that I won't remember, like, anything of.
All right. Super Mario 64, you did one stream of that with me.
Sure.
I think, like, you were just in the background with a couple other people. That was when we invited Cooper and his roommate up, and they were just watching me play. One of them, his name was Luigi, so that was fun.
Perfect.
I have you down in Splatoon. I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think that's right, but, it's hard to say. Maybe it was a phone call.
Oh, no, that was Adam. League of Legends, you were in 2 of those.
I remember doing those 2 recordings or however many we did.
Oh, it's a shame, too, because, like, I thought that the name was actually pretty clever. I called it the low ELO.
Yeah.
And I forget what ELO stands for.
Just whatever the ranking system basically for it is.
Yeah, just the ranking. I don't know if that actually stands for anything, but yeah, I remember when I opened up the stream, I said, "Welcome to Volatile Upgrade, where we put the low in ELO."
This guy's a car salesman.
That's me selling lemons.
Look at this lemon.
Okay, then you joined me for one episode of Metroid Prime Trilogy version.
Those are good. I like those.
I remember, like, I was having problems with the face cam that day, and you're like, "That's fine. I don't want to be on camera anyway."
Yep. It checks out.
Yeah, you weren't too happy that I have the cameras for this
I'm
one.
like, son of a bitch, we're on camera? Fuck. All right.
Yeah, you've been on camera once though, and I'll get to that here in a minute.
Ugh.
Horizon Zero Dawn. You came over to my apartment when that game came out, and like both that and Zelda Breath of the Wild dropped the same week.
Yeah.
And I remember being like, I'm gonna stream Horizon instead because like, I don't know, nobody's really gonna be streaming that one, and maybe we'll get more views, and we didn't.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, plan failed.
That's how we do.
The Crash Bandicoot 2 Insane Trilogy that I mentioned.
Okay.
And that was it. Oh, one final one, actually. It was, I uncategorized it. I put it under miscellaneous. It was my first PC build.
Oh, right.
And that was the last video on the channel up till now.
Nice.
So, now that was even 3 years ago. 3.5 in the summertime.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, right?
People are like, oh, God, his computer build must not have gone well. Everyone died.
Oh, man. But yeah, that is your involvement in the live streams. It sounds like you don't really have any memories from those.
Absolutely not. It's not like it was any that I was there for the extended duration of. It was a weird one-off, it seems like.
Yeah, pretty much just, hey, Henry's over, let's stream.
Sure.
The PC build, though, I'm sure you remember that.
Yep. I don't remember us doing it as a whole live stream, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was a full 3-ish hour stream, I think.
That's so strange. I definitely remember helping you build your computer, obviously, but it's like I don't remember like it being live streamed. Where did you have the cameras hidden?
And overhead camera and a straight on camera. And I remember you were like blocking your face for most of it, and then you just like gave up halfway through.
Fuck this! I need to fucking look at this goddamn thing, see where these wires need to go.
The only thing that I remember in that one is somebody tuned into that one. One of my normal viewers on Yeah, he tunes into my current live streams, I think, once in a while. But he started talking to you about Warframe.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so that was cool.
That is a gross game to spend lots of time in.
Oh yeah, how many hours do you have in that now?
I think I haven't like played within the last couple of years, really. And by really, I mean like at all. It's like logging in once in a blue moon and kind of like being like, there's just so much I just don't want to deal with this game.
Yeah, it's overwhelming how much content there is.
I think I'm at like 1,600 hours, probably close to 1,700 with that game alone.
Ooh. And I think it's a lot when I put 100 hours into a game.
Dude, I feel that. That year, when I ended up dumping that time in, it was literally just a job.
That was over the course of just 1 year.
Probably like 1,000 hours, if not a little bit more, was because it was... That was when I was still seasonal.
That's an average of 3 hours a day.
So keep in mind it's even less than, or it's more than that per day, because that was when I was still seasonal at the park. So like we got let off in like November and we didn't come back until February. So I basically had 3 months off. And so it was just me fucking time I wake up at like, I don't know, noon, 1 o'clock, and then going to bed at 6 a.m, 6 a.m. Just fucking every day wake up, grind it out, and just do that nonstop.
Wow. I can't imagine that.
It was nice having that motivation and interest to be able to play a video game, whereas now I just can't keep interested in a game long enough to play more than a couple hours at a time.
Yeah, and I imagine that you have more going on in your life now that we're in our 30s.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so disappointing when you do have like that free time. It's just like, I really just want to sit down and play a game. And then it's just like, you look at games now and it's just like, there's so much I have to learn. Like, there's just like, within the first like couple hours, it's me just being like, all right, what's this mechanic? Okay. What's this mechanic? Okay. And then it's like, all right. And then life happens. You don't play for a couple months. You want to play the game again. And you're just like, what the fuck am I doing? Where did I leave off? How am I doing things?
Oh, I hate that. One other thing that games are so unfriendly if you put them down and come back to them a few months later nowadays. Just because like there's an overwhelming amount of content and like all these open world games and like there's complicated move sets and you got to be like, how do I play the game again?
Yeah, basically.
And then there's one other thing that I wanted to do a podcast on, but we never got around to it.
Sure.
DLC.
Ugh.
Like I have this game called Blue Fire. Yeah, Blue Fire. It's like a 3D Hollow Knight almost.
Sure.
And I enjoyed the game. Played it pretty close to release, I think. Before the DLC came out, at least. And I beat the game. I got 100% of everything. And I put the game down. I'm like, all right, cool. That was fun. And then, like, months go by, and then DLC drops for it.
Yeah.
And to this day, I have not picked up the controller and gone back and played it.
That's fair.
Just because I'm like, well, if I hop back into the game now, I'm not going to understand where this DLC fits. And that's after I figured out the moveset again.
Sure.
Like, all the moveset and the intricacies of the moveset. And, like, that game was pretty difficult. It wasn't as hard as Hollow Knight, I don't think, but it was certainly challenging.
No, absolutely. It's funny because, like, today on top of, like, replaying, or starting to replay, like, the first Spyro remastered game, I ended up picking up Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction for PS3.
Oh, wow.
Because I'd started playing earlier this year, but, like, the very first time I, like, started playing was in 2016. And then I didn't touch it for like years.
Wow.
So then I ended up playing it earlier this year, and then looking at my save file today, the last time I had played it was like May 19th, which is right before our busy season at the park starts up. And then after that, I didn't have a chance until December to play it again.
Yeah.
Which, because of that, I did play it for a couple hours, but like I got through the part that I was stuck at, which is like, I faintly remember where I was at in the game for it. So I'm like, okay, this is where I'm at. I'm doing this, trying to blow through all these enemies and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden we get to this one part, and it's just like, okay, force field's up. You got to figure out another way around. And I'm just like looking through all my tools and items and stuff like that. I'm like, none of these things like help. I don't know what to do. So I end up going on my phone and everything, and then I end up Googling this specific like level area, and then I watch a quick like 10-minute video of it. And there is a like passive item that pops up when you can use it. And basically it's just you go up to it, you hit triangle, and then it's just a laser that pops up out of Clank, and then you just like cut out like this section of the mountain, and then it just blows open a hole for it. And it's just like,
how would you have known that?
It's like I was running around the area and everything. I just didn't go close enough to that specific section for it to pop up.
Yeah.
But also, I don't remember seeing anything about that item either. So it's just like, well,
like you said, it was just a passive.
Yeah. So it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to remember this?
It's so annoying to come back to a game and just like hop in midway through.
Yeah.
That's tough. And like now that we're, full functioning adults.
Yeah.
With full-time jobs, responsibilities. You have a significant other. I have a family. Like, we just don't have time to...
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And we're just going to drop out sometimes. Like, that's one of the things I like about a lot of the Nintendo games that I play. Like, there's, like, maybe 4 or 5 different moves.
Sure,
like,
yeah. No, they keep it nice and simple and everything, which is nice.
And there's certainly some exceptions. I mean...
Yeah.
But
Super Smash Brothers. Gotta get them combos in.
Yeah, exactly. But for the most part, like, it's not that hard to hop back in and play.
Yeah.
But yeah. Back to the channel now. There's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about, and that is the podcasts.
Yeah.
You were in 11 out of 12 of those. Do you remember any of them?
No.
I didn't think so. Well, there's one of note that you and I hosted exclusively, just the two of us.
Sure.
And it was about a broken and unfinished games. That was around the time Cyberpunk 2077 came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like we talked about that, and then we talked about emulation.
Sure.
That was fun, but overall, like, what did you think of those podcasts?
I think they were fun and interesting and everything. I feel like I probably would have liked it more if we had more one-on-one conversation, so it's not as chaotic. Like, more people, it's nice to get inputs and stuff like that, but also it just turns into more of a chaotic mess for those types of things where you can't really, like, hit your points, hit your marks, like, move on, so things aren't, like, drawn out too long for certain discussion topics and that.
Yeah.
But, no, all the topics and everything that we had talked about were interesting and fun and relevant to whatever the hell we were doing, pretty much.
Yeah, I thought we did a pretty good job overall, like, picking relevant discussions and, like, giving insightful commentary on it. I liked the format, but I agree, like, it was a little much with 4 hosts.
Sure, yeah, no, absolutely. And then also, like, scheduling, too, is just a goddamn nightmare.
Yeah.
Trying to get 4 people together,
honestly,
especially with busy schedules and shit. It's just part of the problem, and then it's similar to like a D&D campaign where it's like you got this group of people and it's like you're not always going to get them together unless they have like a real static schedule. But
yeah, exactly.
When life's happening, it's rare that you're going to get that.
Yeah, and around the time that Adam got his new job, which I discussed with him earlier, that was pretty much when we stopped podcasts.
Sure.
The Gaming Corner podcast. And it's just because schedules weren't working anymore. And if I had to go back and do it all again, I probably would have pursued a different format, like more one-on-ones.
Sure.
Easier to like figure out a time for it to work for the 2 hosts instead of 4.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a little more focused when you and I just did that one.
Yeah. I think another thing for me personally was just like location for me, because I didn't have like a dedicated area to be able to record and talk and stuff without having to like I don't know, be obnoxious for other people.
Yeah.
Because like at the time when we were doing those, I had a roommate and everything, which he didn't care about, but I felt bad being like, hey, can you keep quiet for the next like hour or so while we're talking about stuff and everything, and try not to make too much noise while we're doing things. So that definitely played like a part for me personally with doing that kind of stuff. Whereas like now it's like, hey, do you want to do like quick podcast for like an hour or something for a day? I'd be down for it, because it's like, yeah, I can easily hop on and not give a shit about any neighbors or anything either, depending on time of day.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that definitely makes a difference. I hadn't really thought about that. I have a similar situation, obviously, with my kids.
Yeah.
I had to wait until the kids were asleep before
Sure.
I could even think about podcasting. And lately, they've been going to bed at like 9:30 or 10, and that's been rough.
that's the other thing too that's tough, is like when you would be free for like recordings is like when I needed to go to bed because I have to be up at 6 a.m. the next day.
Yeah,
and it's just
that's
like
the rough
it's like shit, I can do it, but I ain't gonna be able to do it for too long. And then it's like weekends, it's like, well, weekends are tough because people are busy and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, I think that's like the desire to do more podcasts was there.
Yeah, 100%.
The ability wasn't as much.
I think the availability was the tough part. Whereas like now it's like I said, right now I'd be cool with that, but I don't know how much you want to pursue that kind of thing anymore either too.
Yeah, I mean I'm pretty much closing the book on Volatile Upgrade with this here video.
So I figured as much. So.
But yeah, if I ever start my secondary YouTube channel to my main channel, I might think about doing an occasional podcast.
Hell yeah.
Maybe.
Perfect. You heard it here first.
Maybe.
Confirmed happening.
100% next week.
2025.
But yeah.
Sponsor dropped, second channel with merch. You're like, holy shit, this guy's going crazy.
Yep. How does he do it? Just all that pent up desire to do podcasts.
It's all that motivation. My God, look at him go.
Look at that little guy. But no, if I ever do that, I'll for sure want to have you guys on as guests. I think that would be fun.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I still go back and listen to those podcasts once in a while. Like when I'm out surveying existing conditions for my job, sometimes like if it's easy monotonous stuff like, oh, here's all the lights, instead of thinking where's everything getting power from.
Yeah.
I'll sit there in the room and like write everything down, take photos, and I'll have one of our podcasts playing in the background.
Sure.
My particular favorite was episode 7, where we discussed gaming backlogs.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. I would ask if you had any favorites, but
oh my God,
maybe I could maybe I should go through the list and see if any of them stand out to you.
There you go.
Episode 1, why do we play video games? Episode 2, are streaming services the future for gaming?
Nope.
Pay to play versus free to play was episode 3. That was the one you were not in. When do we 100% complete a video game?
Always.
Console Wars.
Yeah.
That was our 3-hour podcast going through like the entire history of home consoles.
Sure.
Holy cow, that was a mistake. Anyway, broken unfinished games.
Yep.
Video game backlogs. Remakes, remasters, and reimaginings. Demakes and demasters. Is hype culture bad for gaming?
Yeah.
How important is video game preservation? And how does nostalgia influence our gaming habits? Those were all of our podcasts. Which
those
honestly,
are all good topics.
Aren't they?
Those are all solid, like, little, hey, by the way, kind of things to discuss with that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, and like it would be like an hour and a half to 2 hour discussion. Like,
oh, easily. There's just so much to talk about with that stuff because games have been around for so long now.
Yeah, for sure. And like I had like 20 or 30 more ideas that I wanted to pursue.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, I couldn't really pick like a favorite out of those, partially because I can't remember, but also because it's just like none of them are like bad. It wasn't any that were just like, oh, I definitely like talking about that way more than anything else of the subjects. But it's all just like
they're all good
and opinionated kind of things. So
yeah, they're all
fine.
good. I have to say, I think the whole why do we play video games as the first episode was kind of a great idea.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like, we got all four of us main hosts together, and if I were to go back and do things differently, I don't think that I would have changed the four hosts for that episode in particular.
No, absolutely not. I think that's definitely a good like intro topic, as well as with the introduction of the cast that's going to be on rotation or regularly there for that kind of discussions and stuff like that. So,
yeah, kind of like framed how we see the world of video games, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I thought that was a great topic to start.
No, that's definitely a good one.
Well, cool. That's our podcast discussion. I have one more thing I want to ask you.
Oh, boy.
Back when we met up in the summertime-ish at that pizza place.
Yeah.
I remember you talking to me about how you got a new girlfriend.
Yep.
And like, one of the things that you said was she had watched every single video on Volatile Upgrade.
Yes, she did.
She actually did.
Yeah, she was chugging through all the videos and everything and stuff and just digesting all the content that we had put out there.
So I have two questions for you on that. What did you think of that when she actually went through and watched, and how did it make you feel when she saw some of your moments?
No, I thought it was cool that she wanted to like show support for the channel and everything, even though at that point it was pretty much like final nail in the coffin and every kind of thing, because none of us were doing anything with it.
Yeah.
But it's cool that she wanted to watch the content. That was actually interesting enough for her to sit there and actually watch all of it to blow through the hours.
Blows my mind. I wanted to give her my personal apology. I'm like, I am sorry you had to endure that.
But yeah, no, I thought that was pretty cool of her and everything to want to watch that and everything. So I thought it was neat. Very sweet.
Yeah, that's honestly really cool. There was one thing I was a little bit worried about / kind of anticipating when you brought her along for this year's Black Friday get together. I thought it was going to be like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. Hey, you're the floor chicken guy.
That would have been great. Just the call outs for all the episodes. That would have been fantastic. Missed opportunity. I wish I would have thought of that.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, all right. So I do want to ask you, if there was anything that, if you were able to go back and redo any of this, is there anything that you would have done differently or anything you regret doing?
I would have liked to have been able to like dedicate more time for helping you with the setup and everything with all the stuff throughout the episodes, whatever, the series and stuff that we did in that. But it was like, everything was just too hard. I think at the time, most of your recordings and everything, you were like
name of town,
which was so far away from where I used to live, and then like I ended up moving closer.
Name of town.
Then you ended up moving to your current residence and everything.
Yeah.
So it's just like, boy, is it hard to like mesh up. And then at that point, you're like starting a family and everything. So like your time was starting to get dedicated into that.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to get my shit together. And it's like, now it's like I'm stabilizing, I feel like, finally, with everything in life and stuff. So it's like I actually feel like I could be able to offer more, more time and effort into the whole thing now. But it's like, also at this point, it's not like we had a huge fan base following kind of thing. And it's like, even then, I'm not that interesting, and like I don't know what content to really like make to do anything with it. So it's like even trying like a solo avenue kind of thing is like challenging, because there's just so much content out there nowadays. And even not, it's like most people just like brain rot anyway. So you're looking at doing like YouTube shorts and stuff like that if you really want to try and get like a large following, viewer, fan base, and then you can get into the bigger, broader spectrum of things. But it's like you still need that content for the shorts in order to make it engaging or interesting. So
yeah, that's tough too. Like as someone who has gone out on a solo venture, I can kind of verify that. Like if you're focusing in on like longer form content, the pool's a little smaller, or there's too many fish in that pond.
But attention spans are the issue too if you go with too long.
Too,
so it's like
I posted an hour long retrospective on Yoshi's New Island recently.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that I got a pretty good turnout for that. But still, like, retention was pretty low.
Sure.
Like maybe 13%, which honestly was pretty good for that length.
That's fair. That's nice.
Yeah, but that was a long one, and I'm, you know me, I'm very wordsy.
Yeah, I get it.
I still haven't made any shorts, but I've got some ideas.
It's just, you know, you're trying to get the content out there, and it's like you can only like compress so much, and it's like you don't want to make like a 2-part video for like some things, and it's just like I want to get everything about this topic done, over with, and then you ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah, I will say that the fact that YouTube now has increased the length limit, with the time limit of YouTube Shorts to 3 minutes would help.
God, have they really?
They have.
Oh no.
But I will say that when I'm like scrolling through my YouTube Shorts and watching them, I'm like, man, this one feels long. Where are we at?
Yeah.
1 minute and 20 seconds. Next.
Yeah, that's the problem, dude. It's terrible. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with my brain?
Like, I don't want to fall into that sort of morass, but I do. And I don't know what it is.
You just, yeah. And unfortunately, it's like you got to go with the trends if you want to be like relevant.
Yeah.
Even like.
Or you got to niche way down.
Yeah, no,
which
absolutely.
that limits your reach and like, you know, your overall appealing to like a wider community. Like, not to, you know, talk more about my stuff, but I've narrowed down my niche and like, I think it's a pretty good niche. Like,
yeah.
It's all Yoshi stuff.
No, 100%.
Yoshi stuff.
Yeah. Sponsored by.
Not sponsored, just a fan. But yeah, niching way down like that definitely helps you be more discoverable. Like, you look up Yoshi's New Island review on YouTube, you will find my video.
Sure, which is good. And that's like the goal of doing this kind of stuff. I think the thing that's also nice too is they've been like pumping out a little bit of newer content with Yoshi in it for you too. Not like new, but like the Woolly
more
Worlds
recent,
and stuff like that.
yeah, like
which
within
is
the
good.
last decade.
It's better than where it was before those games came out, which was like what era of like console were they on?
They were on the handhelds for the longest time.
Yeah,
that hurts. But yeah, definitely not hurting for content, and the thing I'm hurting for is time to do it.
Sure, that's fair. I get it.
But yeah, anything else? Anything else stick out to your mind about your time on Volatile Upgrade?
No, it was super fun being able to get with the guys and everything and be able to do recordings and stuff like that. So it's definitely a fun experience.
Yeah.
Definitely worth doing if you got time and you got, I don't know, some type of effort to grind out that type of content material.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a ton of fun too. I don't regret doing it at all. Started off in 2014. We were just a bunch of college kids, and we were just like
2 years out of high school.
Yeah, let's get together and we'll do some Let's Plays together. We can play games together. It'll be a ton of fun, and it was.
Sure.
I have a ton of fun memories from our time on Volatile Upgrade.
Hell yeah. It's cool too because all the good ones are recorded too, so could go back and watch them whenever.
Exactly. I'm not taking them down. All nearly 600 videos are staying on the channel.
Man, it's so crazy.
Yeah. I have a total of 581 in my spreadsheet here.
Yeah.
And that's a lot.
That is a fuck ton of videos.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the amount of time that you alone definitely have put into the channel is just insane.
Yeah, it was definitely my thing. If anything, I've demonstrated that I still like doing the whole content creation thing.
Which is good.
And yeah,
it's a good hobby.
Going out on my own hasn't really hampered that at all.
Yeah.
So. But I do miss our group outings, but I'll look back on them with fondness.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. So.
Well, I think that's a wrap for this one, Henry. Thank you very much for getting together.
Hell yeah, buddy. It's always good to see you.
You too, man. You too. And yeah, let me know if you ever want to play games or chat on Discord or whatever. I'm up for it.
Hell yeah, sounds good to me.
And yeah, thanks again for hanging out and chatting.
Sure thing, buddy. Anytime.
I gotta get home. I'm so tired.
That's fair, bud.
All right, thanks for tuning into this one, guys. See you in the next interview.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man. That was a long day, but a good day. Still, I think the rest of the interviews are going to be over Discord, so yeah, let's get home and on to the next interview. Okay, let's give Mike a call. Hey, Mike.
Hello, Jeff.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing alright.
It's been quite a while. I've missed you. What's going on?
Yeah, I missed you too. Not much, honestly. Just kind of, doing life, I guess.
Yeah, what kind of things? What kind of things in life?
Uh, Mostly just working and going to the gym a lot and making content and playing games, I guess, a lot of the time. Just trying to, figure out what's going on with everything. But it's been a good process so far, I think.
Nice. Oh, real quick, I think OBS is having a fart over here.
Oh,
Hang
that
on.
is awesome. I love OBS.
Hey,
But
we're
do your-
back. Technical difficulties are over. Sorry about that.
Let's go. We're back.
So where did we leave off?
I don't remember, actually. I think whatever was happening in my life.
Yeah, let's get back to that. What's going on in your life, Mike?
Pretty much just working, going to the gym a lot at night because I work overnights right now. Making content when I can.
Very cool.
Usually daily, but not always daily. And, the normal adult stuff, counting calories, getting jacked.
Oh, don't I know that? Oh, I don't know about that part, but I know about the counting calories.
Yeah, it's a whole process.
For sure, for sure. Well, it's been quite a while, Mike, so why don't we reintroduce you here to the lovely people listening. So you were actually kind of a late addition in the Volatile Upgrade group. You weren't one of the original members, but we added you in Super Mario 3D World and Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. Your first recording session was actually the second recording session of Sly Cooper. And
I think episode 9, right? Or something like
episode 8, I think, or 7.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, like that episode came out after our Mario 3D World's episode started, but chronologically, Sly Cooper was your first recording session. Do you have any memories from that one?
I actually kind of do. I remember when I first heard you guys recording, I wanted to join, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to join because I didn't want to intrude on your guys' thing. But you guys were pretty much just come play Sly Cooper with us. And up until that point, I had never even seen gameplay of Sly Cooper. I didn't even really know what it was. And I remember as I played it with you guys, because I think we played through at least a good majority of the game when I was there. I don't know if we finished it with me there. I can't remember. But
I think you did.
It became one of my favorite games from that time period. Those kinds of games like Ratchet and Clank or Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2,
the PlayStation 2 sort of generation, yeah.
Yeah, and that became not just because I really liked the game, but because the experience of playing it with you guys made it even more fun. And, finding all of the secrets. I forget, the safes with the stuff in them. You had to find all of the collectibles to open the safe, and you would get a new power. It was really fun.
Right, a kind of progression as you go, and you find the clue bottles to get you into the safe to get you new power-ups, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun series. I really enjoyed watching that one. One of the few series that I was not a part of, actually. I tried to encourage the guys to kind of do recordings without me, but that didn't happen as much as I think I would have liked. But still, very cool. Very good series to get you started on. And then your very next one was Mario 3D World with me, Dan, and Ty. You remember that chaos?
That definitely was very chaotic. I think we recorded that at my house, didn't we? Or at least
sure did.
Most of it.
We sure did. The bachelor pad.
Yeah,
with the giant TV and the L-shaped couch. Man,
And the acoustics that just happened to be perfect for the mic we were using.
it was
the
pretty
Blue
good,
Yeti.
yeah.
And I remember too that I I'm not sure what happened with the dehumidifier. I think it was just full and we didn't notice, but it was like super hot in the room and like super humid.
Yeah, I
And
remember that. What happened was we had to have the dehumidifier turned off during the recording session.
because it was
And-
so loud.
And that was at least a 3 or 4 hour recording session from what I remember.
Yeah, it was very long. But we beat like the whole game, didn't we? During
We
that.
did. That was one of our longest playthroughs, 37 episodes, I believe. Yeah, we were there for quite a while. We did all that in 3 recording sessions, which is kind of impressive. I think we did that mostly because Dan was going to Europe that summer, and we had to beat the game like real quick.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah,
I can't remember if that was my junior year or senior year in high school. It was a while ago.
I believe it was just before your senior year, because Dan had just graduated that summer.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. And a funny thing about that series, that was one of the only series, if not the only series, where you broke out your acoustical guitar and we all like ad-libbed a song.
Yeah. Funny enough, I don't remember that part at all.
Hopefully we can all work together and get through all this horrible weather, cause it's really snowy and gross.
And there's something by this grave.
Piece of toast.
Oh, I love
Cause that's all that rhymes with gross that I can think of.
It was a good time. It actually sounded pretty decent. Like, you and Dan are awesome at, like, just ad-libbing songs.
Yeah, I definitely used to be better at ad-libbing songs.
Do
I
you
haven't
still-
done as much.
Do you still play your guitar?
Not as much. I kind of stopped enjoying it because a lot of the reason why I did it in the first place was, I've never been much of like a social person.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
I pretty much just played guitar and like sang a lot and all of that because, people liked it. And because people liked it, I could, hang out with more people, I guess, if that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was kind
activity.
everyone was kind of telling me, including like my family, like, "Oh, you're really good at this. You should do this. You should pursue it."
Mm-hmm.
But I was never really, I guess, as into it as everyone else around me was.
I see.
So once I, started going out and exploring the world and like traveling, not the world, the US, traveling to different states and meeting new people and picking up new things, I just kind of stopped playing the guitar as much. And if it makes sense, I play this game, Sky, Children of the Light, where you can play an instrument in that game. And I play that more than I play the guitar. But I play
Wow.
like real songs in that game and stuff. So
Very cool.
I never really fell out of love with music. I just kind of fell out of love with the guitar specifically.
That's interesting. Yeah, I gotta say, you've always been musically inclined, and you were in our school. It was a very music-oriented school. I remember being part of, like, All-State, which is where, like, all the best singers of the state got together into one big choir and sung, and, like, there were musicals every semester? I don't remember. But I know you were always part of those. A lot of music happening in our school, so, yeah, I can see where that came from, absolutely. But you've got a talent for it, if I may say.
Oh, thank you. I think a lot of people from that school had a lot of talent too. I just like did I ever tell you I went to all nationals
No, I don't think you did.
for choir? Apparently, because it went like all state, or I think it went area all state, all county was below that, then all state, then all eastern, I
Mhm.
think. Then all nationals was like at the top. Then you had to audition. And me and one girl from our class went to all nationals because we auditioned and we ended up making it. And we got to sing in the Grand Ole Opry in Tennessee.
Wow. Yeah, if that doesn't
And-
tell you just how music oriented our school was and how talented you are, that's there you go.
Yeah. I have a
Still-
lot of good memories of school especially with you and Dan, because I was in the same choir class as you guys were, I think.
Yeah, like I graduated a year after you got into that choir because you were 3 grades below me, I think.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So like I was just on my way out as you were on your way in, but we had a little crossover there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But back to the whole volatile upgrade thing. Kind of getting you introduced back here. What if any were some of your favorite memories from these episodes, from these recordings?
Oh, Sonic 06. The
Which we
entire
have playing
series.
in the background here, yeah.
Yeah, that game, by the way, I rewatched some of the episodes recently. And I don't know what it is about the game and just the channel, but I got so sucked into that series specifically and just watched like 17 episodes in a row and then looked at the clock and I was like, whoa.
It's one of our more watchable series, if I can say that. Because of a lot of our series, before our big break in 2016, a lot of our series were kind of, I don't want to say amateurish, but it was before we really, caught on and kind of got in the groove. Sonic 06 was one of our first recording sessions when I came back from Boston. And
Right.
I think that we really hit our stride with that one. That's a very watchable series.
Yeah. I think we did that one in my first apartment, right? I remember that being
We
the case.
did. I spent the night there, and we walked down to the local 7-Eleven and picked up some taquitos and just had a grand old evening. It was fun.
Yeah, I remember that being a fun evening.
Yeah.
I think too that Sonic 06 was one of the first real video games I ever played, besides like maybe an old Mario game.
Mhm.
And the story of that whole thing is in that series, but I haven't played that game in like 6 years, I think, since then, and I still remember like all of the little tricks in that game that
Yeah, that was one of your big games growing up, it sounds like.
Yeah, because it's like super broken, right?
Mhm.
But that never made it an unfun game or like a bad game for me. Because sure, the story is not good and, it's a glitchy mess.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, it's a video game and it's kind of just what you make it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like there's a lot of, glitches and things you can do, just breaking the engine, having fun with that. Like, as kids with frankly no time on our hands or all the time in the world on our hands, nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you go ahead and just break the game? Like there's
Yeah.
so much to there's so much to do there to break it. It's fun.
And I think besides the Sonic 06 series, I swear, was there a time that I played Yoshi's Story with you
Yes.
for the Nintendo 64? Because I
Yoshi's
couldn't
Story.
find that one.
Yeah, that's still on our channel. It's that was one of the ones we recorded before our break in 2016. Another one of those ones that was recorded in your house at the time.
Oh,
the bachelor
really?
pad. Yeah.
Wow.
We got the N64 hooked up to your like 50-inch flat screen in there, sat on the L-shaped couch and just went to town. And
Yeah, that one was a fun one for sure. But
yeah,
I think that's just because I like Yoshi's Story.
yeah, you and Henry were the only other two on our channel that had any experience with that game, and I'm glad I chose you as the host to co-host with me because we had a great time. I love
Yeah,
Yoshi's
it was
Story.
super fun. I like it a lot too. It was one of the few games that wasn't Sonic 06 that I grew up with after getting that one. I had a friend who had his own Nintendo 64 at the time, and he had games like Super Mario 64, like Lode Runner 3D, which I don't know if you know that one.
I don't know.
It's kind of good, but Yoshi's Story was one of those games. And when I was staying at his house, he left for some reason to go just do something else, and I just spent like the whole night playing Yoshi's Story.
That's
So
awesome.
that was one of those games that I knew about before playing it with you on the channel, and it made it like really fun to record for it.
Yeah, and we went through the game and played it 4 times to get through every single level. And I think that we were both kind of getting tired of it at the end, but I still think that was worth doing.
Yeah.
And one little fun bit of trivia, Mike, is you have the special honor of being in 2 out of the 3 series that we have on the channel where I swore. I said a swear in in 2 or 3 episodes on our channel. And they were both in Sonic 06 and Yoshi's Story. One in Cuphead and one in Jurassic Park, yeah. But
That's
yeah,
really
you have that
funny.
special honor. One of them is in a Yoshi game that I love. That was an intense moment.
Oh, what's up? Oh, great. Is this why it gets more difficult? Shit. Did you just say a swear? No. No.
I was gonna say, I remember you swearing at one point in Sonic 06. I just don't remember when. But it was a frustrating playthrough.
It was me making fun of Shadow because, like, sometimes he would fall off of the cliff and then he'd just go, "Damn, not here."
Yeah, I remember that.
But yeah, that was a fun time. Anything else? Any other memories that you have that you'd like to share?
I kind of actually, yeah. So I remember when we were recording for Sly Cooper, I had an iPad, like one of the original iPads.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the chairs at Dan's house were like super heavy and like antique. So I like scooched in the chair a little weird, and I heard a crunch under the chair.
No.
And I was like, I wonder what that was. And then I kept playing Sly Cooper. And after we finished like some of the recording, I looked down and the chair leg is just crunched into my iPad.
Oh no.
And when I picked it up, only half of the screen worked, because those things were like tanks for, Apple hardware.
Yeah.
And for like a year after that, I had half of an iPad to work with, and I just like used it.
Wow. You actually still used it. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Huh.
It still worked, except for that part of the screen. But even like just tapping that part of the screen that was dead, it would still work.
I wonder if you could have. I wonder if you could have replaced that screen. I mean, it probably being a broke high school student, like that wasn't really an option. But I wonder if that could have happened. Were circumstances a little different.
The thing I remember about that is that even though my iPad was like broken, I wasn't mad or upset because I was having fun recording.
Nice.
So
yeah, Sly Cooper conquers all, even a half-broken iPad.
Yeah, it was such a good game.
There was one other series that you were a part of that we haven't touched on yet, and that was our Super Smash Bros. For Wii U series.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
You and I did a 4-parter, me versus you, the 2 best Smash Bros. Players in our group. And that was a heck of a lot of fun.
That was really fun. Your Yoshi was nuts. You're like the only Yoshi I've ever played that was really hard to beat.
I think it helps that he was buffed in Smash Bros. Wii U over what he was in Melee. Like, you're a Melee player, primarily.
Yeah.
I started on Brawl, if that tells you anything. But Wii U, I played a ton of that and got pretty solid at it. I wasn't competition tier, but I was pretty solid for being what most would call a casual player. I would definitely call it a casual player. But yeah, we had some tense matches there. And our last episode, Dan came in and he was like giving us like challenges, like you fight as this and you fight as that, or like you choose each other's characters. That kind of backfired on him.
Nemesis round.
Yeah,
Nemesis round. Where
and that kind of backfired on him because we both chose each other's best characters.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh man,
I wish that. So now, if I were to play that game, I'm pretty sure Charizard is a standalone character in that game, right?
Yes, he was.
I love Charizard to the point where if he's ever in any Smash game by himself, he's automatically my main now.
Wow.
And for Melee, there's a mod called Akanea, I think is what it's called, where they actually put Charizard and Sonic and Wolf and Lucas into Melee. And Charizard is like the coolest character ever put into Melee or any Smash game. So I wish that I mained him back then, because I feel like it would have been even more hype. But
Yeah, you were a
those
Captain
very
Falcon main, if I remember right, and
I-
Jigglypuff.
I don't remember what I mained, actually. I've swapped mains in platform fighters so often, but I think I played Captain Falcon because of the knee.
The knee!
And the knee.
The knee! Oh! The knees! Knee! Knee! Knee!
I also remember playing Fox at one point, and like someone else. I don't remember who else, but I think if I were to pick a main right now that isn't Charizard, it's Ganondorf
Huh.
and or Falco for Melee.
Interesting. Yeah, Falco is one of those guys that you kind of just always see, so
Yeah,
you can't
he's
blame me
very
there.
strong.
Mm-hmm.
He's very popular too.
Well, I think that covers pretty much everything that we did on the channel together. But
Yeah.
I guess that kind of brings me to if there's anything that you could have done differently or that you would have had us do differently as a group, what do you think that would be? Or is there anything that you regret on the channel?
Well, one, I regret not trying to be in more of it and like just hang out more. But
Yeah.
I think if I were to do something differently, I would have been more in the moment about it, I guess, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
it's really fun to look back on, but back during that time, you know, I was like an older teenager, right?
Mhm.
And I was having fun, but I wasn't really like, you know, soaking it all in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I probably would have been more, I guess, just like attentive and like in the moment, I guess. But
I can
other
understand that.
my time with the channel was a little more sparse. So, you know, I enjoyed it. I don't think I would have done much else different besides
Well-
try to be in it more.
Well, yeah, your time with the channel was a little sparse. You were in approximately 20% of the videos that we put on the channel, if my spreadsheet is to be believed. But you know
Yeah.
what? That makes the moments that you were there all the sweeter, and it was awesome to have you.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys let me be in the Sly Cooper episodes and, you know, had me for more episodes after that. It was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I miss doing videos on the channel with all you guys. It's been roughly 3 years since our last upload, and that was our last. Actually, the last thing that we even did on this channel was my first PC build,
Wow.
which that was 3 years ago.
Dang.
And I remember getting on there with Henry. He helped me build it in that stream, and I remember asking him, "Hey Henry, when's the next podcast?" And he just chuckles. He goes, "Yeah, probably."
Yeah, probably.
And
That sounds
boy,
like
did that
Henry.
say it all. Boy, that did
Yeah.
say it all. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten to do any of those. One thing I do regret is not having you on any of those.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man,
During that time, I just wasn't around during that time, I don't think.
yeah,
I was trying
and,
to figure my stuff out. It
and I
took
don't know
me
if
like
you-
it took me like 4 years to figure out how to like live. So I was figuring that out.
Aren't we
during
all
that
kind of
entire
just still
time.
figuring it out?
Yeah, but I finally figured it out like right now. So
Nice. Yeah,
pretty
you know, one of the reasons I really regret not having you on there is because you were there for our little joke of podcast upgrade in Super Mario 3D World. I don't know if you remember.
Oh
that.
yeah, podcast upgrade. And then I forget what story I told, but I like
Bocce
made up
ball.
a story. Yeah, bocce ball. That was actually kind of real though. Like I had a friend named Elijah in high school and I like went to a party with him or something, and we played bocce ball. So that was all real, but I don't remember the rest of the story and how it went. But
That
I do remember podcast upgrade. That was a fun little side quest during
Yeah,
the
that
recording.
all happened because Dan, like we hit the record button and we're like, "Hey, welcome to the episode." And Daniel's like, "I gotta go to the bathroom."
Yeah.
We're like, well, while he's doing that, I guess podcast upgrade. And then it
weren't you
actually
playing,
became something.
You were playing like a Captain Toad level or something.
Oh,
like
was that what it was? Oh
Yeah.
no, that was later. That was like later in the series that I did that Toad level again, and you guys were like, "All right, well we're bored, so time for podcast upgrade."
Yeah. I wonder if podcast upgrade could function in the current day. Like if we would be able to do something like that at some point.
Well, we tried and failed. The whole we did 12 podcasts, and they got like 20 views at most.
Oh, that's fair. Podcasts are hard. You have to really push them.
Because it's a very saturated medium. I think we did a pretty good job of it. I don't know if you've gone back and listened to any of them, but they're actually pretty solid.
I listened to some of them, I think, but they didn't stick with me as hard just because of when I watched them and like what I was focusing on during them.
Yeah.
So I'll have to rewatch them.
Yeah, I loved them. My favorite one by far is our episode on our gaming backlogs.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. And then my second favorite is the one where we talked about when we 100% complete a game, but mostly just because at the beginning we were kind of just talking about miscellaneous stuff. And one of the things we brought up was that whole Microsoft Xbox Series X fridge, if you remember that.
I don't remember that. What is that?
So there's the joke that the Series X, the Xbox of the current generation, looks like a refrigerator, like you know how the PlayStation 5 looks like a Wi-Fi router, and the Xbox looks like a refrigerator. Microsoft like glommed onto that sort of meme and actually released a refrigerator, and there's only like 5 of them or something like that, but it was
That's
hilarious.
awesome.
And I made the joke to Adam, like, I want one. Like, then I'll have an Xbox controller, an Xbox refrigerator, and still no Xbox console. Son, we have an
That's funny.
Xbox at home. The Xbox at home.
Yeah. That's
but
awesome.
I do regret not having you on for any of those. I think that would have been fun.
Yeah, I think it would have been fun too. For me, it was just wrong time, wrong place for where I was.
Yeah, totally. And then it ended up kind of being wrong time for all of us. Like, the schedules just didn't work out, so we kind of canned it after 12 episodes.
That's understandable. But the cool thing about podcasts is it's always something that, if you find that schedules are working, then it's something that you can always just pick up again. Even if, it's not really a popular, if it's an oversaturated medium, not the opposite, like I was about to say. But even if it's an oversaturated medium, there's always... The thing I've realized about content, especially like right now, is there is an audience for everything. Like, anything you can think of, if you can make it into a series, there is an audience out there for you.
Totally.
So,
I agree with that.
If you ever feel like you want to make a podcast again, it sounds like a great idea.
I've thought about doing podcasts, but like on my own channel, so that it would be like something that I have control of. But I'm not sure. Maybe. I love doing podcasts, so it's definitely not out of the question.
Yeah, I feel like you're just good at making content in general, though.
Well,
like
thanks.
I've seen your videos recently, especially your most recent one.
Yeah, the longest Yoshi's New Island retrospective that will ever be on YouTube.
Yeah. And a lot of the long what's the term?
Long form.
Long form content. out there. Like I've watched videos that are like 8 hours long from like
Wow.
Quentin reviews and stuff, and when I watched your video, I love videos like that, and the way that you did it was so easy to follow because I've never played New World, and
Yeah.
even though I liked the kazoo music, I understand why everyone else doesn't.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Yeah,
you were
that's
able to like break open the game that I've never played before, and now I feel like I understand everything about it.
yeah.
Because
I pretty much talked about everything, so
yeah,
there's not much more to the game that I haven't covered. And I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed that one.
yeah,
You know, you said something a few minutes ago that caught my attention, and I think it's a good transition that there's an audience out there for every kind of content. And lately
Yeah.
you've been putting out some different content. Tell me about
Oh,
what
yeah.
you've been up to lately on the YouTube and TikTok sphere.
So, the YouTube channel is more recent, but I run 2 channels, mostly the TikTok one though, where I go and I find a bouncy ball machine, right? Usually a bigger one, but right now in my area, whatever I can find. And I buy a ball and I rate it out of 10. And this started because I was having a super bad day one day, just like mental health, whatever. I won't delve into that too
Yeah.
deep. But I went to the laundromat because I had to clean my laundry, and I bought a bouncy ball because they had a machine in there for that. Just, so I could walk around and like bounce it and think. And it was literally just a snap thought of what if I just like filmed myself buying a ball and I just like rated it and I just made a series.
Yeah.
It was never premeditated. Like I didn't take very long to put all the pieces together. I was just like, I'm just gonna film it and I'm gonna do that and then I'm gonna see what happens.
Right,
Maybe
right.
I'll feel better or something.
I gotta say
And-
that it's one of the more interesting video concepts. Like, you sent me the first one, and I'm like, what is this? Like, a bouncy ball review? Huh. And then I
Yeah.
watched another, and another, and another. And it's just until I eventually stumbled upon your tier list from season 1, where you're like, oh, what are my favorite top 10 bouncy balls? And I never thought I'd be interested in that. I'm like, yeah, what are Mike's favorite bouncy balls?
Yeah. And the cool thing is, as long as there's a bouncy ball machine, there's content. So I emptied the one in the laundromat by myself, and then I found another one in a store, and I went to that store and I was like, hey, can I film? And they were like, well, we're not going to say that you can, but we're also not going to tell you you can't either. And like sometimes I go in there, and usually I film in bulk, so I'll buy like 6 or 7 unique ones.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the money, I spend $1 a piece on each of these bouncy balls. And I don't make any money from these. I'm just making these because I like the project.
Yeah, yeah.
But I've gotten like, interesting looks from some of the employees, but they never stop me. And I'm always very discreet with it.
Yeah, yeah.
But a very interesting development that nobody that watches the show knows about yet. I actually got in contact with an Old Navy in my area that has a really cool machine in it. And I asked them if it was okay to film in there, and they said we have to talk to our media department. And I got a call saying that it was okay for me to film in there, so that will be season 3.
Oh, that's so cool.
So
You said
hopefully
Old
they
Navy?
have some good ones. Oh yeah, yeah. It's an Old
Welcome
Navy
to
in my
Old
area.
Navy.
Yeah, but that's why I say if you have an idea and it's not like harmful, and it's like you think it's a good idea, just try it. Right?
Yeah.
My
yeah,
audience
there'll be
is
an audience
small,
for it.
but there's always an audience.
Yeah. And that's actually a really fascinating little niche that you got for yourself.
Thank you.
And like you said, as long as you can find a store with a bouncy ball machine, you got content to make. That's honestly really
And
cool.
a little side tangent, I started branching into buying capsules with like collectible trinkets in them and
Like
making
gotcha
episodes
machines
about
and that sort of
those.
thing.
Yeah, stuff like that. So
Huh.
people like those ones too. And somebody in my comments said a capsule is technically a ball, so it counts.
Doesn't bounce real well, but
yeah, but
But
it
it will
holds
ball.
stuff. Yeah. But I really enjoy doing that. And
Yeah,
even
well-
if I don't make money from it, it's fun to do.
well, I'll tell you this: like, if you ever find yourself in my neck of the woods, there's an ice cream store, or not an ice cream store, an ice cream shop, where they have a bouncy ball machine in the back that's a foosball machine as well as bouncy balls.
Oh.
So if you ever find
Extra
yourself up in
content.
my neck of the woods, let's do a collab or something.
Let's go.
That could be
I
fun.
will definitely keep that in mind. With
Oh.
the Yoshi fanatic.
Yeah, that's me. Didn't you have? You mentioned that you had some channel that you were putting Sky videos on. I forget what the whole name of the game was.
Oh, yeah. So for Sky Children of the Light, or Sky Colotl, or however you say it, I did have a channel for that on TikTok where I made short form videos with like editing from the game. And it's the whole thing is that it's like a cozy game. So you
Mhm.
can kind of just do whatever you want in it. But I kind of stopped, enjoying playing the game every day and
Gotcha.
trying to make content in the game because I could think of a bunch of them, but they weren't getting a lot of views. And I kind of fell into the whole just making I get quote unquote lazy Sky content where I'm just like, oh, very simple idea, but not really enjoying it that much anymore. Like, it kind of fell into like, I'm sort of just making it just because, like, I have a channel, right?
Gotcha.
So I actually made a video where I did a voice reveal unintentionally and was basically just like, hey, I don't really like posting on here anymore, so I'm not going to post anymore. And
Voice reveal. I don't like this anymore.
yeah, like I'm not really enjoying the game or making content, so I'm just not going to do it. Go follow my Ball Guy 7 account if you want to.
Nice. Well, interesting. Cool to see that you're still making content. Yeah, so if you guys want to go check out Mike's channel, check out Ball Guy 7, or is it Ball Guy 77?
I don't. It's one of those. I think that it's both. My actual name is Ball Guy 7, but the channel is Ball Guy 77.
Okay, gotcha.
But
Well, either
I
way,
could
we'll
probably
leave
just,
a link for it in the description. So if you want to check out Mike's bouncy ball videos, go check it out.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy them. Whoever goes to look at it.
Well, Mike, this has been a blast. Is there anything else you want to leave our fellow YouTube enjoyers with?
Do whatever makes you happy as long as it's not hurting anyone, and take care of yourselves because the world seems a little rough right now, but things will get better, I think, over time.
Well said, Mike. Well said.
And enjoy your time on the planet.
Yeah, that's right. As you get older, it goes faster. So,
Yeah.
like you said earlier, be in the moment. Enjoy every
Yeah.
moment.
Agreed.
Well said.
Thank you for having me on and chatting with me. It was fun.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time, Mike. Appreciate it.
No problem.
So, yeah. We'll see you around.
See you around. Have a good night.
What's going on, Chase?
Jeff, hello.
Dude, it's been
Far too
forever.
long. I know. Far too long.
Yeah. How are you these days?
Not too bad. Being a dad and adulting real hard, so
Yeah,
living
I
life.
I hear that. Like, you and I are the only ones out of our group of guys, out of the Volatile Upgrade members, to have our own families now.
It's true.
And you've been at it a little longer than I have. How is all that going?
So well, finally catching up on some sleep, but life it just gets busy. Just gets busy.
You just had another one, didn't you? Recently?
Yeah, I'm up to 4.
Congratulations, 4. That's a good number. Very
Yeah,
solid number.
Nice even one. So,
And your youngest is how old at this point?
he will be 2 in April.
Oh, okay. Got a good sleeping schedule down then, I hope.
Yeah, decent. It's yeah. I'm usually woken up by one of the 4 every night for whatever reason, but
Yeah,
Dad,
I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. My 2 are a handful with the whole sleeping thing. Like that they'll wake up pretty much every night. Like JJ will sometimes wake up when I'm live streaming, and I'll just be like, I have to put it on pause and then go put him back to bed.
that's got to be fun for the viewers.
It is.
Do you have like a little clip thing that says the Yoshi fanatic is busy at this moment?
Yeah, like
Please
I
continue.
go back to like a break time screen and I have one of the Yoshi songs playing in the background. It's very pleasant, I think.
There you go.
Well, how is everything else going these days? What are you up to?
Just working, pretty much working and raising my kids.
It's the dad life, man. It's the dad life.
Yep, pretty much.
What do you do for a job these days? You're a health teacher, right?
Phys ed.
Phys ed teacher.
Gym. Yeah, the fun stuff.
Nice. So out of all of us, you're probably staying in the best shape.
I've put on a few pounds. Still have my bad eating habits, so
Oh man, I'm right with you there. My sweet tooth is the death of me.
yeah, mine too. Dr. Pepper a day.
Oh
Keeps the
man,
doctor away.
my current thing is homemade cookies. Like I have this homemade chocolate chip cookie recipe that Sky just loves. For anyone who's watching, Sky is my wife, if you don't know. And she sometimes will ask me to make it, and then like I make 24 cookies or something like that, and they're gone within 3 days.
Well, that's good. At least they're being eaten.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, we've kind of put on a little weight since our since our teenage days. Like when we started the channel, I had just turned 20, I think, and you're only a couple months older than I am, so it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, it feels like it wasn't that long ago, but when you think about it, it really was so long ago.
Yeah, it's a very long time ago, man. It's wild.
Yep.
You know, speaking of the channel, why don't we go ahead and get you introduced for the people who haven't tuned in well, the last 3 years that we've not been making content, and reintroduce you. So you hopped into our channel in kind of an unexpected way, with the first episode you were ever in being Vex. I don't know if this...
Right. Yeah, I forgot I was in those.
Yeah, like you weren't one of the co-hosts, but it was kind of like a funny behind-the-scenes sort of situation where Dan and I were filming the last episode, trying to fight the boss, and we were like,
right.
oh, this is only going to take like 20-30 minutes, hopefully, like should be done in no time. 3 hours later. And you ended up coming in there at like maybe a third of the way through, because we were going to start filming the next playthrough together, of which you were a part, and we were still going, so you came in for moral support.
Yeah, still waiting there with you guys. That's right. I totally forgot about that. That's funny.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that one?
I just remember never hearing of that game before. But that's true for like a lot of the PS2 games. Like there was just so many of those. Actually, I think that might have been a PlayStation game, actually. But I don't know. That's
It was
Dan,
PS2, yep.
But Dan is known for liking the offshoot, like kind of indie-ish kind of games. So, but no, it was just fun. It was just fun to be a part of that after you guys were like, oh yeah, we'll be done soon. And then SpongeBob 3 hours later.
Yeah, exactly. Like I did a funny little thing for that where like I cut right where I said, "Don't worry, this won't take long," and then I just cut to black and said, "And so Jeff and Dan continued fighting on for 3 hours."
I don't remember what was taking so long though. I forgot what part you guys were like struggling with.
It was like a 3-phase boss fight where the second phase there were these ridiculous hitbox and timings and sort of things. Like it was just a real difficult section of the boss fight. And it ended up being like real easy in the last phase. It just had to get over that hump.
And it took us 3 hours to get over that hump. But once we did, once we finally wrapped that up, we started our next series, which was your first real introduction to the channel in what's playing on the TV screen behind me, unless I just happen to crop it out, whatever. Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
Ratchet and Clank was your very first full-on playthrough, and you were in basically every episode. I think every episode, now that I think of it.
Yeah, I think I did the sole playthrough. I think I played through it all.
Yeah, you and Dan were like switching
That's
off.
what it was. Yeah, me and Dan were switching off. That's right.
Yeah, that was early in the life of our channel when we thought that the best format to do to get like everybody involved was to like have 2 co-hosts and like have them switch controller on every death or every level. That's how we worked it in the early days.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you have any fond memories from that one?
The I have a couple actually. They're coming back to me now. The public display of defection, the PDA part where I called it and they like Dan was like giving me a hard time about that, and then we hear it later. I was so happy when that happened. But
Yeah,
I
it was
right
actually
about that.
Adam who like called out, you
That's-
said once we get the
okay,
PDA, and he goes, public display of affection or personal display of affection?
Why would you waste the to kill 4 of them at once so I don't have to deal with them?
Because Daniel and ammo conservation are polar opposites.
Well, once we get the what's it called, the PDA or whatever.
PDA.
Personal display of affection. Personal display of affection.
Oh, and then when we were using, I forgot, it was like a weapon, and I was like, me or Dan were like dropping bombs down on like the enemies that we were trying to get past, and I was like pretending to be like an old Southern Baptist preacher.
Oh, I forgot about that one. That one was awesome.
I love how the things just rise up.
It's time to rise up! Fight the evildoers! We are wretched! They are no match for our power! We'll bomb them from afar! Rain fire down from heaven! We'll do it! For our Lord! Captain Quark is counting on us! Here we go!
Turn on your itinerant preacher voice, did you?
Push on the big red shiny button!
I remember Adam was like having a heart attack because he's laughing so hard.
Oh, that was fantastic. Oh, now I want to go back and watch the whole series just for that moment. That was funny.
And then, of course, I could not forget that we did all of it, and then we lost the save file, and then you had to go, or we had to go through and like get back to where we were, and then finish it.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up here actually in the in this little interview here we're doing. Like that was the one and only time we ever filmed a skit on our channel for any of our videos. You and I did the only skit on our channel, and I thought it was hilarious.
Jeff, what's up, my man? What you typing? Oh, Jeff, now you work on or something?
I mean, it's not here. It's not here, Chase.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
You're freaking lucky I like this game.
That was a funny skit. I wish we could have done more of those.
Yeah, that ended up being fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was kind of nice though, because like again, all of our hard work went down the drain, but you know, on the plus side, I got to play Ratchet and Clank with you.
Yeah, and you got to come up with and direct a skit.
Yes, yes. Oh, that was hilarious. Well, why don't we go ahead and run through the entire list now that we've kind of introduced you back to the group. Why don't we run through this list and like discuss what series you were a part of in totality? So for
All right.
episodic Let's Plays,
obviously you started with Ratchet and Clank. And then the very next series you were in was Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U.
Oh, was that when we were all together? That was like a group thing, right?
Yeah, it was. There were like 5 or 6 of us all playing together. It was our very first Black Friday outing.
Yes, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure it was on a Black Friday. So
Yeah. Black
I wish
Friday.
we could have done more of those. That was actually really fun. I know it was probably super hectic and like hard for you to edit and whatnot, but that was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was. I loved it. Like, all of us just sitting in the living room playing, or at my old apartment, just playing Smash Bros. And, oh, it's such a great way to wrap up Black Friday. That was our very first Black Friday outing, 2014. I remember staying up all night, like, while you guys were sleeping, I was still playing Smash Bros. Because that was the year I bought my Wii U.
I was gonna say that was you. That was when it like close came out, or you had just gotten it or something.
Yeah. What ended up happening was we were all in the Best Buy together, and like my sole mission that year was to get a Wii U because it was going on sale. There were a bunch of great games coming out for it, and I get there and I'm like freaking out, like I don't see any Wii U's anywhere. I thought I missed them, and like I was like, where are the Wii U's? And I talked to some guy, and he's like, oh, they're all in like a stack up on the rack up there, and you were kind of just like, Jeff, you were freaking out, man. You're like, they don't have any Wii U's.
You're about to need to be rebooted.
Oh man. Yeah, definitely needed that reboot. Kind of coming back down to earth. But yeah, you kind of went on a hiatus after that. You got busy with real life stuff. You went and got married on us.
Yep.
But then you came back in Star Wars Shadows of the Empire.
Oh, that game was so hard.
Oh, it was.
I think I did like the first space or like the Hoth battles with you, and then after that I was like, all right, Jeff, I can't handle it. You just play and I'll just talk with you.
Yeah, what we ended up doing, we tried to play it on hard difficulty, and like 4 or so levels in, we just realized it wasn't feasible. So in the break between recording sessions, I went back, played the whole thing back up on medium, and you were like, we have 17 lives now? What happened? And I'm like, yeah, I'm being a pansy. We need to switch it down to medium difficulty. We are no Jedis.
That game is just so hard. I remember it being so hard.
Yeah.
Even on medium, for me, it was difficult.
And then the last series you were in was our 11 episodes of Spyro the Dragon.
Ah, yes. Classic game.
Love Spyro, and I'm glad I got to be the one to play that with you. I forget who we were planning to have play that originally, but I'm glad it ended up being me and you. That was a ton of fun.
Felt like you ended up playing a lot of the episode games.
Yeah, I mean,
just nature of having all the equipment, I guess, but
yeah, I mean, Spyro, I think we switched off pretty consistently, but Shadows of the Empire, that was like one of my childhood games. I played it a ton, so I kind of knew the ins and outs. Still sucked, but I kind of had a better idea of what I was doing. You know, Shadows of the Empire, I have one memory in particular from that one. It was in the finale when you were actually piloting the ship. Huh?
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah. So you were piloting the ship, and you were like flying out of the core of the ship that we were trying to take out. And you like crashed into a wall and blew up, and like the end credits started, and you're like, okay, should we do a little eulogy for Dash Rendar here?
Oh yeah.
Jeff, should we do a rip
Yep.
for Dash Rendar?
Yep.
Dash, you were a friend of me and Jeff. You did well throughout this series, but you will always be remembered. Jeff, any words?
I liked your hair.
There was like an alternate ending if you did make it out, right? Like if you made it out unscathed.
Yeah, there was like this alternate cutscene that came up that like everyone thought Dash was dead, and he just flew away, and he's like, "Yeah, we're all right. We're gonna hunt our next bounty here. We're fine. Just fly off the radar here." But in our case, he just died.
Not in our playthrough.
That's right.
He went out like a true hero.
He sure
Down
did.
with the ship.
And we gave him one heck of a send off. I remember
Right.
specifically saying I liked his hair.
Oh man.
Any particular memories from any of those now that we've gone through what series you were a part of?
Aside from what I already mentioned, I don't know if it's been so long, but those ones, that's funny that those ones like stuck out.
Yeah, I really enjoyed those playthroughs. Wish
Oh,
we
there
could
was,
have
I
done.
mean, just the games in general were fun to play with each other. Like that's what I enjoyed. Uh-oh.
I just thought of one more memory that I have from Spyro. It was I forget what level we were on, but we were doing some sort of like impression, and we're like, "What kind of voice is that?" And you're like, "It sounds like a cross between Smeagol and Stitch." We'll call him Smitch.
Where's Key?
I gotta find it.
Have to find the key. Yes.
What is that voice even?
I would say it's a combination of Smeagol and Stitch. We'll call him Smitch.
Blue punch buggy, that's my precious. I used to be fluffy. No, I'm not.
That absolutely broke me. Like my laugh ended up sounding like a car starting up.
Oh, see, that's what made it worth it right there for me. It was just having fun.
Yeah. It was the friends we made along the way and all the memories. Now that was a ton of fun.
Oh yeah.
The other big contributions you had to the channel, believe it or not, you had a couple of live streams you
Yeah.
were
I saw it
co-hosted
on your list.
Yeah, when you read those, did you remember them at all? The Destiny
actually
and
did,
Star
'cause,
Wars
like,
Battlefront.
Yeah, I remember you. I either asked for them or you suggested it, but like I took the login information to use Volatile Upgrade to try some live streams out. I don't know. I don't think anyone viewed them or anything like that, but I did try to. I think I played like some matchmaking on Star Wars Battlefront and Destiny. So
Yeah, you did. And I don't know if you remember this, but I came over to like because I had all the equipment and everything. I ended up coming
Mhm.
over to your dorm room at the college, and we streamed right from there.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you were. I totally forgot that you were there.
Yeah, I was. I don't know that I had that much to say. Like those games I knew nothing about. But I do remember us streaming then there, and like your roommate was just laying on his bed, just doing whatever.
Yeah, yeah. That was our college life basically.
Sure was.
Playing video games after classes and then just chilling in the room.
That was fun.
Oh yeah.
And then there was one other thing that I remember that you weren't like in any of the podcasts per se, but you did contribute to one in a way. The Gaming Corner podcast was mostly me, Adam, Henry, and Daniel hosting it every month or so. And we always opened it up to questions at the end, and you actually recommended one of the topics that we ended up doing like a full podcast on, which was when do we 100% complete a video game?
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Yeah,
The
I
ultimate challenge.
liked that you watched those podcasts and like gave us questions and like suggested ideas and stuff like that. That was cool.
Oh yeah. See, I'm still into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Games.
Even when you weren't with us physically or over Discord, you were still with us in spirit.
Spirit.
But that was fun.
Wrong.
Yeah, so we kind of walked through your involvement on the channel. We walked through a couple of your memories. I gotta ask, out of everything that we did, like we had a great time. Obviously, we had some good memories. Do you have any particular favorite series that we did? Like out of those series, which do you think would be your favorite if you had to pick one?
Hmm. Well, I feel like I had the most fun with the Star Wars one actually because it was challenging. Um, but I mean overall, like Ratchet and Clank, I would say my first one, just because like that one's for me like very nostalgic game. It was fun to go back and play it. I remember when I would wake up early before school to get some more progress in the game then go to school and come home and like try and get more. Like that's what I did when I first got that game. So it was fun to play through it as a young adult, I guess.
That's cool. Yeah, I can totally see that. Like, all of you guys were mostly the Sony guys. Like, out of all of our group, I was like the Nintendo guy, and the rest of you guys were all on PlayStation. And I'm like, Ratchet and Clank, what's that? But, you know, watching you guys play that game made me want to try it out. I ended up taking Dan's PS2 up to the apartment when Adam and I moved into an apartment and when we were going to the same college. Uh-oh. Upgraded Zoom Workplace Pro.
Are we approaching a time limit?
Looks like it. Remaining meeting time, 10 minutes. Well, we got this. We got this. Anyway, I remember we took the PS2 up to the apartment, and I ended up playing Ratchet and Clank all the way through, largely because of you guys. You were the thing that got me to get into Ratchet and Clank, and ultimately to become kind of a Sony fan myself. Because of you guys, I ended up getting into the Ratchet and Clank series a little bit. I'm sorry?
Didn't you end up getting a PS4 or something?
I did, and I recently bought a PS5.
Oh, you upgraded.
I did. It's mostly just because, like, I didn't really care to get any of the... You good?
One of my kids is out here. You
Oh.
need to go to your bed. Daddy's talking. I'll be with you. I'll be with you in a little bit. Go back to your bed. Like I said, I don't get through a night without someone visiting me. So
Yeah, I hear you. It's the dad life. That's cool though. But yeah, I saw the writing on the wall more or less. The reason I even upgraded is because PS4 games are getting so much harder to find, and
yeah,
I don't know, like our PS4 was starting to slow down a little bit. A lot of the games that we're interested in just, they're PS5 exclusive now, like there's just they're pushing to get us on the newer systems, and it kind of worked for us.
Yeah.
But I got a decent bonus at the end of the year, so I'm like, you know what? If any time, now is the time to do it.
It's one way of looking at it.
Plus, they were on sale. They were like $75 off.
There you go.
And like, I bought 5 games for it. Yeah, I bought 5 games for it, and like I haven't really played any of them yet. I haven't had time. I'm sure you can relate. Like having kids and a full-time job, it's like time. What's that?
I don't even have anything to play games on anymore, anyways. I mean,
Oh,
I guess,
no.
but
I guess that counts.
yeah.
But yeah, just time is fleeting, and if I could play more PlayStation games, I would. Like I said, you guys got me into Ratchet and Clank and Spyro. Like I bought the Spyro Reignited trilogy. I enjoyed it a ton, and I want to get into more of it. So, you guys were quite the inspiration.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we turned to do a Sony guy for a little bit.
Yeah, my heart still bleeds Nintendo red, but
of course.
But
especially now Switch 2 is coming as well.
That's right. I actually just put up a video on my channel. I don't know.
I watched like the first 10 minutes of it.
Yeah, out of the whole 40. I had a lot to say. But yeah, long story short, I'm excited. All right, well, I do want to ask you one quick thing about, or one more quick thing. We talked about, our pleasant memories, our good times we had on the channel, but, hindsight is always 20/20, and I have to ask, if there was anything that, if you could go back and do it again, is there anything you would do differently, or is there anything that you regret?
I mean, like I said this before, but I wish we would have done like more like whole group stuff. Like I know it was hectic, but it's still like, if we could get it under control a little bit more, it would have been fun to like do more Super Smash Bros. Or maybe even like Mario Kart. Or I know we once tried to think about doing like League when we were all into that. That would have been, I thought that would have been fun to do.
Yeah. We actually did do a little bit of League. We did like 2 or 3 live streams of League of Legends or something. I called it the low yellow. And like I opened it up with "Welcome to Volatile Upgrade," where we put the low at ELO.
Very true. That's
Yeah.
where we stand.
Yeah. But yeah, for sure, more full group activities would have been a lot of fun. We were thinking about doing like some live stream or some podcast or some episode or something from my house when like the full Volatile Upgrade group was a part of my wedding, and you guys all came over for the bachelor party, which essentially
Yeah.
just was us playing video games and eating food.
Yeah.
You know how we do. It was
That's
not
a party.
super.
It's a party right there.
It was not super exciting, but it was fun.
Oh, it was exciting.
We
Especially
didn't.
since I forgot my suit, my tux.
Yeah, your wife ended up bringing that, right?
Yeah, yeah, the day of.
It worked out. Like looking back, I didn't even remember that at all. And at the very least, like I don't know if you remember this, but at least you remembered everything in the morning when we were on our way to the church. Unlike Adam. Like we were driving on our way to the church, and we get a call from Adam, and I'm like, and you were riding with me, like I get a call from Adam, and he's like, Jeff, come back. I left my speech in your house.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Turn around.
No, well, they never go perfectly, do they? There's always something that.
Oh yeah. Out of everything that could have gone wrong, that's one of the things it's okay.
Yeah, I could definitely have dealt with that. But yeah, I definitely agree with the whole like wanting to have done more full group activities. I think my like one of my regrets is I wish I could have done more stuff with you before before you got married, before you became a busy man. Like that summer of 2014 into 2015 was like our peak as far as like Volatile Upgrade stuff was concerned. But I could have done a better job of making an effort to get you into more episodes. I think I would have liked to do more of them with you.
Yeah.
You made for a great co-host.
Thank you.
But
I've got that bit of the comedic gene in me, so
heck yeah, you do. But the episodes that you were in were a great time. I really enjoyed all of them. I still like going back and watching our Shadows of the Empire and Spyro the Dragon playthroughs. Those were a ton of fun.
Those were good.
Well, I think that's pretty much all the points I wanted to hit on. Do you have anything else that you want to chat about? Any closing remarks?
I'm all set. I got a kid to go talk to, so
Yeah, and Zoom's telling me we got to finish up here, so.
Oh boy.
It's been really good chatting with you, Chase. Really good to catch up.
Yeah, we should get together in person here soon.
Yeah, definitely.
Let the kids meet.
That would be awesome.
Have some real chaos.
Yeah, for sure. Like I actually haven't gotten to like even chat with you like this since the wedding, like over 6 years ago.
Oh my gosh, life gets crazy too fast.
It does. So, I'll hit you up sometime, and we'll plan like a hangout and a play date for the kids.
Sounds good, man.
Well, thanks for chatting, Chase. Good luck attending to your kid, and yeah, thanks for getting together.
Thank you. No problem. Anytime.
Okay, bit of a continuity break. I got a haircut. But more importantly, it's been a few weeks, maybe even a couple months since the last interview. I was trying to get in touch with Tyler, get him to commit to a time and a date for his interview, and unfortunately he decided he did not want to do an interview, so yeah, that's a bit of a bummer, but he did answer some of the questions I had for him over text message, so we're just gonna have a little video portion here for Tyler, and yeah, we'll go over his responses. So Tyler was one of the founding members of the group, as I've mentioned a couple of times in this video, or in the other interviews, I should say. He was in that dumb cover photo that we started out with, the very first one, with all of us just hanging out and doing random weird things. Daniel just looking silly there on the couch. Henry yelling at the TV at the game we were playing. Me looking at him in horror like, don't hurt me, please. And Tyler was like hanging out on the back of the couch, like
also kind of looking at Henry like, please don't kill me. So that was a lot of fun. But on to Tyler's actual involvement in the channel. So he was in one of the first series that we had done. Series number 3 was Halo 4 on, what was the hardest difficulty called? I can never remember. But he and Henry played through that game together on the hardest difficulty, co-op, the campaign mode. His next series was Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Then moving... his next series was BioShock. Then Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Mario 3D World, Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus, and he was in the background for a few episodes of Jurassic Park, so that was his main involvement in the channel, episodic playthrough-wise. And he was in a couple of live streams, most notably the League of Legends live streams, where we fumbled our way through a couple of ranked matches and ARAM matches, and Tyler's probably either the best or the second best League of Legends player in our group of gamers. And then he was in the background for Crash Bandicoot 2 along with Daniel. He was in the finale of Kirby Star Allies. I pulled him in to help me and Adam out for the final boss of the final few modes in the big boss rush mode of that game. Definitely helped having him. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and he was in the background for that one. Didn't really participate much per se, but he was there. He was present. And that was the extent of Tyler's involvement on the channel. These days, he's taken on the career of IT professional. Not a career path I saw for Tyler. He bounced around majors in college a few times. I don't think any of us knew what he really wanted to do. I don't think he really knew, but these days he's an IT professional at actually a business close by. I didn't realize that he was working so close to where I live. We just happened to randomly bump into him at Taco Bell one day when I was out with my family, and that was neat. So that's what he's up to nowadays. But yeah, talking about the videos that he was a part of, brings into question what his favorite series was. For his series were sparse, few, but he had a decent number of videos he was in, over 100 in fact. So it's not to say that he wasn't involved in the channel. He certainly had his place. But yeah, just what his favorite live stream series, what his favorite video series that he was a part of was. He says, the Sly Cooper playthrough was my favorite that I was a part of. That series was my favorite from the PlayStation 2 era, and being able to enjoy it with friends made it one of the most enjoyable recordings. And that's awesome to hear. I remember being in the room with him and Daniel and Adam when they started that playthrough. They were having a great time. He and Daniel switched controllers on every death or every level, as was tradition for the first few playthroughs of ours, or first several, I should say. They seemed to have a great time. I remember being in the room for the first 6 or 7 episodes, just silently observing. Didn't really want to be a part of it for the most part. And it really looked like they had a great time, and throughout the whole series, really. And I'd say that Tyler's other most notable series that he was a part of, not necessarily his favorite, but the other one that I think of the most when I think of Tyler on the channel was Super Mario 3D World, which was the series that was going in tandem with that. That had me, Daniel, Tyler, and Michael all partaking in the 4-player co-op, the chaos that was that game, and trying to get to the end. And we did beat everything that game had to offer. It was a struggle, though. Controlled chaos. I'd call it controlled chaos. A lot of fun, though. So next up is favorite memories. I asked Tyler what his favorite memory was from the channel, or favorite memories. And he says, favorite memories is easy. Having a good excuse to hang out with the boys. Short, simple, sweet, not exactly exact in nature, not specific, but it seems like he just had a good time overall when all of us got together as a group. And he brings up a good point. Volatile Upgrade was formed as, well, one, we were inspired by other Let's Players at the time, Markiplier, the Game Grumps, etc. And, that was one of our main reasons for starting, was we thought that sounds like fun. But as time went on, we realized just how good of an excuse it was to get together and hang out as a group of friends. We had all been friends before the channel. Up through high school, I was actually friends with Adam since preschool. He's my longest friend, or he's been my friend for the longest, but Tyler's also been in that group ever since at least high school, if not middle school. So it's always good to hang out with them, have a good reason to hang out, and, we had a ton of fun. Every single recording, as Daniel said in one of the interviews, was like a party every time we got together. Just a good group of friends getting together to hang out. And I have some fun memories with Ty. Most of them originating from the Mario 3D World playthrough. I remember one recording session specifically, before the recordings had started, we went down to the gas station or the Dollar General or whatever it was local in town. We went down there and picked up this 2-pound bag of Skittles. And by the end of that recording session, they were polished off, man. We went through that entire bag of Skittles. And Tyler actually brought it in as a funny little gag in the recording session. He's like, I wonder what would happen if we put this Skittle right into the mic. What would happen? And we just had a little funny bit come up from that.
That kitty down so low. What happens when you put a Skittle right into the mic?
Let's see.
You need to have
Whoa!
You need to have MLG explosion right now, Jeff. Right there. It's sitting on the mic. Oh, get it.
Up smash! And that was pretty silly. But the other memory that I have with Tyler, I remember that we were really trying to wrap up the game before Daniel went on a trip to Europe. And it was a long, arduous recording session. Everyone was starting to get fried. I think Tyler especially was starting to get a little frustrated because Michael and I tended to leave both him and Daniel in the dust. Understandable. So I figured it was time to blow off some steam. So we let the videos process whatever they needed to do after being freshly recorded in the old Elgato software. And what we ended up doing was taking a nice nighttime walk down to the baseball diamond, the local baseball diamond. And we got up on top of the dugout thinking we were the coolest kids ever. And we took some pictures in the moonlight, some epic pictures in the moonlight, and they turned out pretty cool. But that was a lot of fun. I remember having a lot of fun with Ty, and he was also one of our entire Volatile group, Upgrade group, got together every Black Friday starting from 2014, and we still do. And Tyler was there for the first one. And he actually posed for a picture with me when I got my Wii U, and I wanted to take a picture for our Facebook page at the time. And it was just showing off my new Wii U, and I'm like, hey, there's a certain very popular game series that we're going to start playing here for the channel soon. Stay tuned. And I was looking at the game, the gamepad and the Wii U all excited looking, and Tyler was just looking at it with some skepticism. I think he was just posing. It was a silly face though. But yeah, that all said, as I've said before with some of the interviews, hindsight is always 20/20, and we know the channel didn't go perfectly. Not everything went as smoothly as it could have, so certainly there are some things that could have gone differently. And I asked him what he would have changed if he could go back and do it again, and here's what he says. Something I would have done differently was be a part of more recordings and live streams. Life just gets in the way sometimes, and we have to try not to let it seem like it's consuming more time than it actually is. So the one thing I would have changed would be to experience more playthroughs and streams with the boys. And I think that's a good answer. And some going wisdom in there for sure. Try to keep things in perspective. Try not to make it seem like you're so busy that it just consumes everything. So one of the things he would change is be part of more of the series, and I think that I think that I appreciate that, and I resonate with that. I wish I could have done more games with Ty. I realized a little bit ago before hopping in to do this recording, I never did a one-on-one series with Tyler. Everybody else on the channel I did a one-on-one series with, at least one. Adam I did all the live streams with. That was pretty much just me and him co-hosting for the most part. Daniel, I did a few with him, like Vex and Kid Icarus being the main ones. Henry, a lot of them. Super Mario 64, Crash Bandicoot. Well, I guess that Yoshi's Woolly World, but Adam tagged along for that one. Jurassic Park, Ukulele, and Cuphead. Like that, I co-hosted with Henry a lot. Even Chase and Michael, I did at least one series with, just me and him. Me and Chase, me and Michael. Never did one with Ty, and I regret that. I very much enjoyed being a part of the Super Mario 3D World playthrough with Ty, and joining him and Henry in the latter half of the BioShock playthrough. That was a good time, but I wish that I had done something just with Ty. And I will say, we got together once, maybe twice to try and make that happen, but for whatever reason, it just never seemed to work out. Like, I got together with him one day at my parents' house to do some recordings for Mario Party 8. For some reason, we were going to do Mario Party 8, but I couldn't get the capture to work, or something was just not working, so we still did a little something there. We ended up setting up my laptop with the integrated webcam and just filmed ourselves playing the game just for the fun of it. And I don't think I even saved the video, but I do remember that. And the other thing was I borrowed his copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 Turtles in Time. I don't know if I did that to, possibly play the game with him on the channel at some point or whatever. I just know I borrowed it. And I never really gave it back. I still have it. So, Ty, if you ever want your copy of Ninja Turtles in Time back, hit me up. I'll give it back to you gladly. But, yeah, I do wish that I'd done something with Ty and just Ty on the channel. I'm sad that never happened. But, we still had a really good time on the channel. I think he enjoyed the videos. I know I did every time that we got together, and I'm glad to hear that he's got some good memories from it too. So, Ty, thank you very much for being part of Volatile Upgrade. I hope you enjoyed it as much as everybody else did. And it was great to have you, so yeah. And thank you for watching this interview, and yeah, well, I'll see you around. Well, it seems like everyone's doing pretty well these days. It really was good to catch up with the guys. And make no mistake, we're not disbanding or cutting each other off or anything like that. In fact, there's a few videos of Volatile Upgrade that never saw the light of day, and I'm going to put them out at the time of this video's release. But our time of content creation as a group has come to an end, and Volatile Upgrade is officially in the rearview mirror. But it's been a blast, and I hope you've all enjoyed the ride too. So with that, we just want to say,
thanks for watching, everyone.
Thank you all for watching.
Hey, thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, guys.
thank you for watching.